Alrighty, let's share the link. Okie doke. Mm-hmm. 5 minutes left until I can start. I don't think I've ever had a timer that prevented me from starting. I remember having timers that forced me to stop. But it's fun. The tickcounter.com comes in handy yet again. I think, let's see here. I do have a lot of browsers open. Shut this down, shut this down. That's everything else I probably need. I guess I can turn off some other things. Three minutes. Let's see here. Yo, BZ. Thanks for joining. 2 minutes left until we can start. And then I'll show exactly what we're starting. One minute left. And then we're ready to go. Last remaining seconds. Ooh, my fingers are itching to get started. So, BZ, what are you working on this fine day? All right, 20 seconds and counting. And we'll take a look at exactly what we're doing here. All right, we have reached the clock, and we can start what we'll be doing for the next 10 days, or at least as much as we have stamina for. So this is it. Let me bump up the font a little bit. This is the start of the Hacka-Soroban-athon, which is a hackathon for Soroban smart chains. And my name is Morgan, and I'll be working on a project from scratch on stream. I don't have any sort of ideas prepared beforehand, and I'm diving into this as anyone just discovering this website would be. So what is the event exactly? Well, it's a hackathon. Those are pretty standard. The key thing is it's focused on the Stellar on the Stellar smart contract platform, which is Soroban. You can check it out on their website. Let's briefly go there. So there's a beautiful documentation section there, and you can discover all kinds of things about how to build it. Obviously, looking at examples and building from someone, looking at someone's screen can also be a big help. So that's what I'll try to do. All right, so that's the core of the hackathon, building something that leverages Soroban, and then Soroban is a smart contract platform. So that's sort of gives you an idea of what to build. Now, there's an inspiration section. There's smart wallets you can build. There's tools like debuggers, block explorers. Now, none of these actually exist right now, like in terms of like a web app form. So all of these would be useful if someone were to implement them. Ecosystem services, so ENS, I'm sure like push notifications could be good. All that other stuff. Then we have oracles and DAOs. bringing in external data into the network, into the ledger, making it accessible to others. So that could be good. Exchanges, AMMs, and whatnot. Now I'm missing a section here for inspiration, which is games. I personally feel that games is the way to go for a blockchain app, a decentralized app. But, I can lead by example and do that myself. Hopefully that's still within the guidelines. So my goal for this is to build a game. Don't know what exactly, but I'll try to keep it visual. I'm a visual person. All right, there are some resources. If you're a junior dev, if you're just getting started, I have to warn you, you write smart contracts on Soroban using Rust. Rust is a pretty low level language, much lower than JavaScript or Python. There's a pretty good resource in the Rust book you should check out. If you're a little more experienced, you've compiled a program before, then you can dig straight into the Soroban docs, and there's a good getting started section, setting up your environment and whatnot. Now, I won't be guiding people down this path. I want to build something myself. I'm just sort of sharing the resources. So if you want to learn, go learn by yourselves. There's a Discord where you can ask for help. But the goal of the stream is to build something. Yes, there's Quest Live challenges. You pretty much launch a Git pod, everything's set up, all the environment thingamajigs are set up, and you can just get started coding. We'll be using something different, something I wrote personally, and obviously go to the Stellar Dev Discord. Yeah, I'm already there. To ask for help. Now, the requirements, code, video, write-up, we'll figure those out later. Right, so we need to use Soroban in the core app, leveraging the smart contract decentralized nature of this. So we'll definitely do that. Products with interfaces. We'll definitely be building a product with an interface. You can build a contract by itself, where you can just sort of interact with it on the blockchain. That's fine. But I like interfaces. I like visual stuff. That's what I'll be doing. Public code repos. I don't think you have to start with a public code repo, but if by the time you submit it, you have to have it public. Yeah, so all submissions must be created during the time frame. So this is why I'm recording this. The idea came up with, like, I want to have a proof that I actually did this on stream. So this is, me starting from scratch. I'll show you exactly just how from scratch I'm starting. And there was a previous event, which you can discover later. Now there are some prizes, but the ultimate prize is knowledge, right? Is you learning how to build smart contracts or web apps or whatever it is, just getting off your butt and building. So these are fine. First, second, third place, and best beginner hack and funniest hack. All well and good. We have a single judge from the Stellar Development Foundation. BZ, thank you. I haven't written anything yet, but I appreciate it. Oh, and yeah, swag. Swag is exclusive to this event, so make sure you take part and you get that swag. There are some criteria here. Uniqueness, got to be creative. We'll see what happens there. Code quality, first few days is going to be rough, I bet, but try to polish it by the end of it. And does the code work? That's a killer feature there. Has to work, so it has to do something. And documentation, easy to read. Well, again, probably for the later stages of this thing. All right, so with that walkthrough of what this is and what we'll be doing, and we'll get started. This is the Soroban Hackathon, and I'm not gonna break my tongue trying to pronounce this. Okay, so what do we have here in terms of what I'm building? From this point onwards, this is just a developer, a random developer, building some stuff on some platform. I'm not gonna spend like a lot of effort trying to teach people, but you know, if you follow along and have questions, then please ask them in the chat section or on Discord, whatever works for you. All right, so with that, I'm gonna toast you all for coming with my Minecraft mug. Here it is. We're gonna be mining diamonds here. All right. Sweet. So I'm gonna be building a game. This is my local environment. I have I like to build mobile first apps, so this is my sort of mobile first environment. Just Chrome set up for the mobile viewport. We have a console and we have a terminal here for setting up smart contracts and sort of building them and so forth. All right, so I think before we get started with actual Soroban stuff, since you know I'm a developer, I want to see something on screen and then figure out how whatever I'm seeing on screen I can translate into the blockchain so that there's some visual candy, and then you know we can map things onto code. You know, smart contracts is a little dry, so some visual stuff, and then we're gonna try and map this. So let's I don't know, let's keep game in here. Let me make this a header. And I always like visual stuff, right? And drawing, painting things on a grid always seems like a good start. You never know where that's going to lead. So let's start drawing a grid. I don't know, let's keep it all nicely structured. So constants, we're going to have some constants for the grid. Probably going to be I don't know, let's do length because it's going to be like a perfect square. 5 by 5, probably. We can play around with that later. All right, so let's generate that grid. How do we generate a grid? Well, think of a grid as a two-dimensional thing that has rows and columns. So we should probably have individual cells. So let's have a cells list, and then let's loop around going row by row. So it'll be our, you know, let's go fully legible. Row 0, if row is less than constant grid length. So it's just gonna do like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows in here. I'm just gonna increment that by 1. Okay, so now that takes care of Y. Now we need to go left to right to render those columns here. So column 0. You're probably used to I everywhere, right? Increment, whatever, inc. I hate descriptors that are that generic. There are some instances where that's good, but I like descriptive names. All right, so we're still going up to the grid length because this is a square grid, or I think it will be a square grid. You can change it at any point. All right, so let's add this. Cells, are we doing this right? Do we render it? I guess. Yeah, let's just try it this way. So we're just gonna push some divs in here, and let's just add the coordinate for debugging. How do you guys usually do it? Is it X and Y, like the coordinate for a two-dimensional grid, or is it YX? I think it's XY. Let's flip this into column and row. All right, so we have some cells being created, and we can, I don't have like a container div, and then we can render those cells out. Oh, so this is fun. Let's add a key for each div. Key is going to be, I don't know, this looks pretty reasonable. X and Y coordinates. Is everyone familiar with JavaScript, by the way? Or is this something that's new to anyone? All right, so where are we? Well, we have a list of things being rendered, but we want to render a grid. And that doesn't look like a grid. So let's create a style. Now, what am I using for styles? I am building in styles into JavaScript. It's just a personal preference. You can have a style sheet, but I like to have whatever's related to a specific component in the file, so that it's easier to reason about a piece of code. So we're just gonna create, but like the syntax is literally the same syntax as CSS. This is plain vanilla CSS. There's no magic behind the scenes over here. All right, so what are we doing? Let's add a border so that we know at least what are we looking at. So let's add a solid black border around cells. Now, how do we actually add the class name? So we just go ahead and add a class name prop and do CX. Now, CX is going to be like a list of class names, and it's going to combine them in cool ways. It's a helper function. There's no magic here. You could just join a list of strings and you can have the same result. Okay, so styles.cell, and let's see if we have a border. Yes, we do have a border. That's nice. But it's still a vertical list, whereas I'm looking for a grid. So how do we do that? Well, we can most likely just use the CSS grid thing. Let's call this grid. I haven't played with the CSS grid enough. Okay, so this is going to be display grid, and then after that point, we have to look it up and see how to do it. Okay, CSS styles grid. It's probably not going to change much. All right, CSS grid. This is hardcore development. This is how anyone builds anything. Looking stuff up. All right, what do we have? We have grid template. I think this is what we want. So we want, do we want a grid template repeat? This looks interesting. So let's do grid template cons, and then what else? We probably want to repeat. I'm just looking at this, and like this looks like a perfect example for what we're doing. So repeat, and we're going to repeat however long is the grid, and one probably flex relative value or something. I don't know exactly, but let's see. Whoa, I did not expect it to work this easily. Does this look right? So column, row. So left hand side, BZ's like, whoa, mind blown. Yeah, CSS grid is awesome. I should probably use it more in my stuff. I mean, with Flexbox, why would you use grid? It's so flexible. Okay, so we have a grid, and looks like the left hand side is all zeros, which is the column or the X value. And the right hand side is the row, so it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. So we have a grid. Now let's make it more uniform. I guess width and height is a good place to start. Or how should we? I guess I don't, all right, so rows. Do we do this on the cell or do we do it on the grid? Grid, a row, template. I'm just gonna meander my way through this and see if it works. So just repeat the same stuff. Copy paste is your friend if you know what you're copying and pasting. Yeah, so flexible, probably if we set it to like 100 pixels. Yeah, 100 pixels, but we need a square. I don't like the fact that this is not a square. Is there like an aspect ratio thing? Aspect, or like a CSS aspect ratio? That's right. Using both is a smart idea. Wald Matthias, that's a good comment right there. Use both Flexbox and CSS Grid and you'll achieve the best results. Aspect ratio, let's see, does that work? Property sets a preferred aspect ratio for the box, which will be used in calculating auto sizes. All right, so let's see, aspect ratio 1 to 1, I think. Oh my God. This worked. I'm a CSS genius. Hold on, everyone. Gotta blow my nose sometimes. All right, so we have a square thing going. Grids are squares, and borders kind of suck now. They expand themselves, and like, you know, left hand side it's a thin border. Right hand side, like all the inner ones are thick. We should probably get rid of borders altogether. Okay, now let's add one around the whole grid. Oh no, maybe no borders. Ah, I know. Let's do a background color. Now for background colors, what will I do? I need to so everybody likes material colors, right? It's a nice color palette by Google. You can find that stuff over on Google material colors, and that's, I guess there's all kinds of implementations. Yeah, so it's just like goes from 50 to 900, and they have all kinds of base colors. It's easy to work with. What I did was I just scraped all those values and created like a JS file with, you know, the hexadecimal color values. Easy to reference, and I don't have to think about too much about colors. So what we're going to do is material, and I'm a developer, right? So I'm not really good with colors. I'm just going to start with gray to see where this goes, and let's add a border radius. Border radius of, looks like a good border radius, 5. Okay, sort of getting there. Now the spacing part. How do we add spacing? CSS grid spacing, grid gap property. Ooh, gap. Note that grid gap is an alias for this property. All right, so let's gap of 10 pixels. Oh my God, this looks so beautiful. All right. So inside of a cell, what do we have inside of a cell? We have some text, but when it's all to the left and the top, it doesn't look visually appealing. So let's just do a flex box inside. And how do we, so this is the age-old question of how to do alignment in CSS. How do you center vertically and horizontally a piece of text? Well, you go align item center, justify content center. I didn't even have to look this up. Okay, so we have centered boxes, and they look pretty good. Okay, so we have a game board. All right, so what else? Well, for this to be an actual game, we need to start interacting with it. And let's see. Let's import some state. Use state from. I know this is like a Soroban hackathon, but there's going to be like 90% of the code base JavaScript and React and 10% Soroban. But that's the part that makes it all work. So don't fret, anyone that's looking for Soroban content. It will come whenever I get around to it. All right, so use state. What will I use that for? Well, let's see. Focused cell. Set focused cell. What I want is to be able to hover over these things. Although on a phone you don't really have hover. Okay, so no. Active cell. Tap. I want it to, yeah, active cell. I want to be able to click or tap or whatever, and that thing changes color. So I need, ooh, I know. I don't really need X and Y values. I just need to loop, because the grid takes care of this. And like thinking of this as a two-dimensional array complicates things a little bit. Like I want to put in, I just want to set the active cell to something that I can then check against. But how do I check against like a complicated value? It's easy to check against an index. All right, so let's refactor this a little bit. So for, and now I'm going to use the dreaded I. For I is less than constant grid length times constant grid length. Okay, and increment that. So we're going to go each cell. And we don't really care about the row and the column anymore because we're not using that. The CSS grid takes care of it. So instead of here, let's replace it to index, and this we can replace to, oh, it's not index, it's I. Okay, let's see if it still works. It does. We have 25 cells. All right, so now if I click on individual cells, I don't care about the event. I can set active cell to I. And let's make this a little more complicated. Now CX takes in either like a list of parameters, or it can take in an object where by sending it an object, you can do more complicated stuff like toggling a class on and off based on a true or false value. Like, so the key is the class name. Let me show you. So this is the class name, and this is either true or false. And CX will either add that class name or it won't, kind of like an easy toggle class feature. So we have cell, and then let's add active cell. Okay. And let's just have a different background color. Material, looks like a nice, like an active nice color. Brown, cyan, blue. Don't mind these arrows, by the way. This I'm running a create React app thing, and it tries to call the WebSocket server to re-render stuff. Let's go with orange. Orange 200. All right, so we have an active cell class, and if I is equal to active cell, then we just sort of add this color. See if it works. It does. Oh, that's so beautiful. All right, so now we're interacting with this thing. So what? It took us 27 minutes to get to this point. All right, so we're interacting with this thing, but what's the fun part? What's the game aspect of interacting with this thing? I guess we could draw, like, toggle things on and off. So, but yeah, active cell. Let's see. Let's add, let's add a list of activated cells. Activated cells. And at this point, like, I want to add a reducer. Let's hold off, Morgan, hold off. Set activated cells. Let's not overcomplicate things on the client side yet. Okay, so activated cells is an array. Now let's create a function that's gonna activate cell. Gonna help us out a little bit. It's gonna take in an index of the cell that we want to activate, and what else? So we have an array of active cells, and we can, let's see, if active cells find candidate equals cell. Let's do good names. Use good names. So if I can find the thing, I want to set active cells to be like, so this is gonna be like a toggle cell thing, not just activate. So set active cells is gonna have to live without that cell. So just deactivating means it's removed from the active cells or activated cells. Activated cells. Activated cells. All right, set activated cells. It's going to have to be filtered based on candidate. All right, so candidate equals cell. You're gone. Goodbye. Oh, not equal. So everything else we're keeping. The one that we want to toggle, we're getting rid of. If we can't find it in the array, well, then we're just going to append it. And how we're going to do that? Well, activated cells. This might be redundant, but I can do whatever I want. Toggle cell. All right, so this is going to toggle cell I. And how do we know if it's active? Well, we go ahead and check activated cells. Pretty much do the same thing. This is JavaScript 101, arrays and filters and finds and reducers and whatnot. All right, so candidate equals I, then it's activated, all right? Never write like longer than 5 minutes without seeing if it works. All right, click, click, click. Ooh, sweet. Ooh, does not. 0. Okay, so 0 doesn't toggle off, but everything else sort of does. What do people in the stream think? Why does it not work? I'm curious if anyone's paying attention. Array find. What does it do? It returns the first element in the array that satisfies the provided testing function. Otherwise, undefined is what we get. So we have to check against undefined. JavaScript likes to turn everything into a Boolean. We have to be careful with that. All right, so 0 still doesn't work. I gotta find this out now. Const check. Thank you, BZ, for paying attention. All right, what is check? Oh yeah, console log. Whenever you want to console log anything, it's good to actually write the console log out. You just hate React? What do you guys build web apps with? It's just, there's only React out there. Undefined, 0. Okay. So if all right, so if filter candidate is not even right. So if, let's check if this goes through. False, true. Oh, so now it works. Why did it not work in the first place? I don't know. Let's return to how it was. Or rather, let's name this so that it's not like all mumbo jumbo. Cell is active equals not equals undefined. So if cell is active, it's going to read better. 0, turn off. All right, so we have painting ability. Svelte. Oh dear. You guys just like the, pick up the latest framework and go with that. If you check the stats, React is like #1 to the point where nothing else really matters. And how is this complicated? This is literally, I'm writing this is JavaScript, right? All right, BZ is on the React train. Like, I don't hate React, Svelte, whatever. Like, all the frameworks sort of use whatever is fastest for you, and that's how you should always go about it. Yeah, Svelte has some history. All right, so we have a grid. We're painting stuff. Boom, 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 boom. But here's the thing. So I paint something, and what do my cells look like? Or rather, active cells. I can get rid of this. Activated cells. Constants. Console log. Okay, so what does this look like? Just a number of indices. A number of indices, and there's up to 25. So how do I... Next.js is another one of those things. I try to avoid having full control. If you know what you're doing is the best way to go, but all these abstractions definitely help, so I'm not against anything, as long as it's not ESLint. All right, so we have this thing we can paint, and what does that achieve, right? When we refresh this page, it's all gone, right? So for that to not be the case, I think it's time to involve Soroban to use as our storage. All right, so let's add a section for a button. Now I'm going to call this, I don't know, save. Should be fine. Class name. I'm using Bootstrap. If anyone's unfamiliar, so CSS Bootstrap. Thank you for the follow, Stellar Org. All right, Bootstrap is a CSS framework. There's all kinds of useful elements in here, like buttons, and I'm just going to use that. It's free. You can use whatever you like. All right, so it's button and btn primary is what I'm looking for. Okay, save. Let's add a little padding, so grid, or rather margin around grid. So that has just a gap, and then margin, I don't know, top 16 right 16, bottom, and then left nothing. How does this look? Pretty good. Okay, we added the save button. What next? I like to new line everything that gets a little too long. All right, so on click. On click, we want to save. Yeah. So let's put all our functions over here. So const save is going to be closure. What's U plus WASM plus Rust? I've never heard of that. But sounds giga complex and busy work. All right, so say, what's that going to do? Well, for us, for now, all it's going to do is it's going to log the activated cells, and that's it. And since I don't want to click around every single time I refresh, I'm just going to hard code this for now. So I'm going to activate 0 and then do 5, what is it, 6, then do 11, then do 16. Does that look how I wanted? No, I need to increment it by 1, 17, and then 23, 24. All right, nope, it's 18. Math is hard. All right, so it's like a line going from left to top to bottom right. Okay, so now we have activated cells in here. Let's remove one of these console logs. All right, let me clickety click. All right, we have these indices of what's selected. Cool. So if I want to save this on Soroban, how do I do it? Well, let's figure it out, because this is a discovery process for everyone. Sorobandev.com is a website I'm building for a web developer's guide to Soroban, and let's bump it up a little bit. And I'm going to look at, I don't know, development environment. Okay, so I'm in this folder. Let's back out. Soroban is my Soroban folder. This is cargo new lib. So we just need to create a new Rust project. And let's call this game. Created library game. CD game. Okay. Let's open this. I don't want to have another VS Code open, so I'm just going to move this over here. All right, so what did it do? It added a function and whatever. I don't understand this. I'm just going to delete it. Okay. Manifest, SDK. I don't know. Basic contract. Let's go to basic contract. Entry point. Oh, so we deleted this. All right, so let's start with I'm just gonna follow my own guide. I don't have it all in memory. So no SDD, no stand library. Thank you. You can read about this on sorobandev.com, or it's based on this guide. Click and go to the official documentation. Check it out there. I'm dog fooding this, so I'm just sort of forcing myself to go through it. All right, use Soroban SDK. Failed to discover workspace. Oh dear. So it's not gonna help me if I'm in the same. Okay, I gotta open it. VS Code. All right, so is this gonna now discover it? Yes. Okay. Let's move it over. And just lower it a little bit. That should be fine. Okay, so autocomplete, is it live? Use Soroban SDK. Oh, I have to add these. I was like so nonchalant about just whatever, ignoring it. Okay. I'll take this. Oh, I have to update this. We need 4.2, I believe. Anyone from Stellar? Can you guys check if 4.2 is the SDK I need to be working with? Is it updated? I should check the official docs. 4.2. All right. 4.2 and everything else seems like it's the same. Okay. All right. I'm meandering. Cool. So it's going to fetch some metadata, and I should be able to use autocomplete at that point. What's the command to build a contract? What's the command to build? Cargo checks. So there's some stuff that's spinning. I guess it's downloading stuff. Use Soroban SDK. What are we importing? So this is like a JavaScript import kind of thing from a library, but this is Rust. So I'm just gonna go with the documentation. All right, contract implementation, and I think for now it's all I'll do, or symbol. Okay. Yeah, so this would be sort of an equivalent statement. Let's declare a contract, pub struct, and how are we gonna call this? Game contract. Sounds like a good name. Game contract. All right. These macro things, that's complicated. All right, so contract implementation, and we're gonna do implement game contract. Alrighty. Let's do this public function hello thing. I guess that's a good place to start. So, all right, whatever. Hello environment. So we need to get the environment too. Let's do it in order. So environment. So env is of type environment. To symbol, and then it's gonna return a vector of symbols. All right, let's import vectors in this, and the symbol type. We're getting complex already. All right. Whatever. So we'll just declare a vector using this weird syntax. So environment and symbol high, and then 2 is another symbol. So it's just gonna all work, presumably. Okay. How do I check that this is working? Testing, blah 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 blah. Cargo test. Let's see. Cargo test. Blocking. Waiting for file lock on package cache. What does this mean? Waiting for file lock on package cache. Do we have any ideas? So it's got some stuff being generated. Fetching metadata. Click the stop server. Okay. Now as a developer, this is already frustrating. I don't know why is it taking up so long. I'm just gonna close this this. Blocking, waiting for file, lock my package cache. Do I need to restart everything? Is this thing somehow blocking something? I think it might. Gosh. All right. Cargo test. Still blocking. Reload VS. All right. Bye now. Still blocking. VS isn't running. Cargo test. Are you for real? All right. User error maybe, but this should not happen. Or, you know. Okay. We're back to the React portion. And let's Soroban, and let's remove game altogether. I'm just going to rewrite it. Let's rewind. Development environment, cargo new lib game. Cool. Code game. All right, let's do it the right way now. I mean, everything should be the right way, but okay. All right. So we're back to this thing. I'm gonna do cargo test. Could not find. CD game. Cargo test. Okay. I enjoyed this. Some green stuff. Bye, BZ. I'll catch you later. All right, going back to the manifest. Copy this. Game version edition. So this is the Rust portion. Going with 4.2. 4.2. Everything else should be fine. Okay. So now that I believe we have a good environment set up, let's go back and redo this thing. So no standard library. Oh, autocomplete. I love this. Use Soroban SDK. Yes, I think we're no longer going to have any contract implementation. So I remember we needed environment, we needed vectors, and we needed symbols. Okay, what's next? The Soroban contract. Again, going back, we want to store what's on screen in the database, or rather on the ledger, and I'm writing a smart contract to act as a storage for what's on screen, which is, you can view that as a drawing or whatever. Okay. Pub struct is where we declare the name of the contract. So game contract. And then we need to write an implementation for the contract. So contract implementation. Yes, autocomplete is online. Game contract and public function. So I guess the visibility portion of this makes it so that whatever is public can be accessed by anyone on the network. All right, just as a duplicate, I'm gonna do whatever it says me to do. Hello to simple. Okay. Oh, these macro things. So vec, what else? Symbol, I think that's it. So we're creating a vector that has the environment as the first value, a symbol value that's high, comma, oh, whatever, let's skip that. I don't know how it gets formatted. 2. Okay, so we have a contract. Does this still work? Cargo test. Thanks, Silence. I appreciate the feedback. I'll drink to your feedback. By the way, we are 1 hour in, or at least it says on my dashboard. We're gonna have a few more of these before there's anything meaningful on screen. All right, so I only ran cargo test because I knew that it downloads some stuff and compiles some stuff, which is like a sanity check. That's not actually compiling the contract, so we can't use it just yet. So this is an explainer, generics, final contract, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Testing. Testing has a different contract. We don't care. All right, cargo test, building. That's what I want. All right, cargo build, release, target. So Soroban contracts get compiled into WASM, WebAssembly. And WebAssembly is then executed on the ledger in like a host environment that provides it with all kinds of capabilities, like the ability to read the ledger and so forth. So to compile it into WASM, we have this command. Let's see if it does the trick. Compiling. Now, since I've done this before, I know it doesn't take this long every single time. And to drive that point home, I'm just going to run this again. Boom, it compiled. Okay, so what we compiled something that's WebAssembly. Actually, all right, so exploring the build. Target, WASM, release, and then the WASM file. I want to see how big it is. So ls punk rock off, I think. Punk rocker on. It's hard to read. It's very tiny on my dashboard, but thank you for following. Punk rocker. Oh. Okay, so we're exploring the size of the binary build or the WASM build. There's a command line command ls-lat. It's going to provide all the relevant info. Silence48, thank you for the follow. All right, so the target WASM release, and then what do we have here? Game WASM. All right, so we have 379 bytes of code. Sweet. All right, so how do we, interact with this thing? Well, if we were to go to sorobandev.com, I can bump this up even more. Can you guys read this, or is it too small? I want to make sure that when I'm interacting with the app, people can still read it. Sweet. Thank you, Silence. On point. All right. So we have a contract. We have an executable version of the contract. We want it on the ledger. So if you go to sorobandev.com, you don't need nothing much. Just go there and go to Tools Remote, and then Send Transaction. All right. Where do I deploy this? There's a guide. Let's see. Stellar Network. So we can create an account. Let's use the Stellar Laboratory. Generate a key pair. Now, I'm just generating this. Anyone can steal this. I don't care. I needed secret key. Okay, so we have a key pair. And then we can call the friend bot. Friend bot is gonna fund this account with some stuff, with some stellar, so we can start executing things. All right, let's copy this and replace the address. Does this work? Okay, that came back as a lot of mumbo jumbo. Well, there's a quick way of seeing if it actually funded the account. There's this get ledger entry. And we have the public address. We can select account. We can give it the address. Cannot unmarshal key value. Oh dear. What did I do? Does it work locally at least? Get ledger entry. Contract account. Wow, okay. So we have a bug in the tool. That's not good. And now it worked. What happened exactly? Why wasn't it not able to? All right. Let's reset since I want people to be able to use this tool. If it doesn't work, then right, cannot unmarshal. But if I refresh, it works. Huh. All right. This is unrelated to the game I was building, but I want to make sure that the tool works. So this is going to be some live debugging as you do. Get, no, not get account, get ledger entry. Incidentally, the whole thing lives in the same repository as hacka-Soroban-athon. All right, so if state type account, ooh, all right. This dependency array is missing state dot account address. All right, so let's test it. Get account address, call. It works. All right, nice, quick little bug fix. I'm gonna publish this. Fixed a bug with account address. Not updating. Ship it. Okay. Let me just quickly update it online, if you bear with me. Like I'm doing DevOps, development, all live on stream. It's that easy. DevOps is that easy. Soroban developer, portal, git pull. Okay. This is the trunk build or the development build of the same website. I often publish features there first, but I don't recommend using this part because it can be buggy. All right, it's taking a little bit of time to compile. Let's have a sip. All right, get ledger entry type account. And it worked. All right, so the fix is in. Let's merge this puppy. Source branch is trunk. I'm using GitLab to store this thing. Compare branches and continue. Assign to myself, create merge request. This is unrelated, but I mean, this is the whole banana of development. All right, merged it in. Git pull the production build, npm run deploy, and it's gonna spin a little bit. Now, I think it's 1 hour in. Yeah, so it's 9 a.m. It's worthy of a tweet. We're 1 hour into the Soroban. I'm using Twitter. Sorry. Twitch live stream. Hackathon. Twitch live stream. There are more to come. All right, and let me share the link. Copy link. Sweet. Now, it should have built by now. Let's copy the account address and get ledger entry for account. We fixed the bug. We found a bug, we fixed it, we shipped it, and it's online. That's beautiful. All right, so we have funded this account using the friend bot thing. You can find it in this Stellar Network guide. Just give it your public key address that we just generated. All right, so we have a balance of a big number, and that's pretty much it. That's all we need. It's a funded account. It exists. We can go back into building this thing. All right. So we grab the secret key. We then select install contract code, and let's find a contract. Soroban contracts. Where did I put it? Oh, it's a little deeper. I can't find it. Let me just tag it so that it appears on this list. Okay. Soroban. All right, game. Boom. Target. Boom. Release. Game WASM file. So that's the binary. 379. That's the key number because if you remember, we checked out the byte size of the thing. It was 379. Let's install the contract and see if it went through. Get transaction status is the one that can allow us to check a transaction. Successfully went through. So what? So I'm deciphering the binary encoded values here. This is something that's more legible. It's not fully all the way there. Like you see that there's a value, but what does that value mean? Well, in this case, this is a contract hash. So when you're deploying a contract on Soroban, there's like a two-step process. One is you install the contract code, and then you create an instance of that contract. For that, you need the hash that represents the executable file. All right, so we're going to create an instance, provide it the hash, and then see how it turns out. Get transaction status. Success. So this is the contract ID. Okay? Contract ID. All right. So now we have a contract ID. I don't need to worry about the hash. Whatever, future reference, contract hash. Okay. So now that it's deployed and we have a contract, we do have a method here, or a function, whatever, that we can call. So how do we call a function? Well, excuse me, we select the invoke contract function. Now that takes in a contract ID, a function name, hello, and one argument. And that argument is of type symbol, and it says, I don't know, let's do Twitch. And let's call this. And check. check the status of the transaction. Boom. So that worked really well. We have a live contract we just called, and it worked. It's beautiful. So we have a vector that's being returned. Now nothing's actually being stored on the thing, and we have to sort of change that, because the whole goal of this was to, be able to store what's on this board on Soroban. So it took us 1 hour to deploy a smart contract from whatever the documentation, and then create some React stuff. But now let's tie them together. I wonder how long that will take. Okay, so build. I believe I have a guide on storage, so we're just going to look at storing data. Okay. How it works. Contract data keys. Contract data is associated with a key. The key is the value that can be used at a later time to look up the value. Symbols are a space and execution efficient value. They can also be used as short strings. Okay. Just gonna take a lozenge. All right. So we have some type of a key, and we store a value under that key. Okay. I guess we can just get inspired by this contract and implement it. Before I do though, I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. So we're going to declare a, what's the value I'm looking for? Let's say grid. Grid is going to be a symbol. And I don't have, oh, I do have. This is a macro that instantiates it. And I'm not going to be fancy about it. It's just going to be grid. Okay, so let's add another function. Save. Environment is always the first argument to these. Okay. What are we saving? That's a good question. What are we saving? Because what we have here is a list of numbers. But I'm pretty sure this could be binary, because it's like an on and off. Sure. Like let's see, big int from string, or does it just take it? Let's try, that's going to be 6, or should be 6. No, it's 10, sorry. 8 plus 2. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe I should filter them. I'm running create React app. And I also have this reverse proxy to add HTTPS to localhost build, because I'm using the browser-based crypto tools, for signing and stuff, and that can only be accessed. That can only be accessed through subtle crypto, and that's only in a secure environment. So, because of the create React app portion of this, I keep it, but adding the reverse proxy ruins it, because it can't communicate with the server. That's a good question. All right, so my decision now is to encode this sequence in a binary string. Yep. Let's declare a function. Encode grid. Activated cells. So what's that going to do is it's going to go from every cell and check if it's been activated. All right, so less than, I'm looking for this. I could just say 25, but that would be like too easy. All right, increment I by 1. What else? Let buffer. So for now, let's just append zeros to this thing. Oh, 0B. And then console log this. Always console log everything. Okay, encode grid. I think I can do it here, actually. This just makes sense. Save is already primed to encode the grid. I save. I get a bunch of zeros. How many exactly? Well, we need 25. Let's count. Split length 25. Okay. So we're good. Now just replace zeros with ones where it's appropriate. So we got to do a quick check. Find or perhaps includes. Returns true. I don't know, let's check. JavaScript array includes search value. Okay, so this is smart. And return value is Boolean, true or false. I like it. Includes I. If it does, then we'll just append 1, otherwise it's going to be 0. Close this out. I have a hard time closing tabs. I feel like it might be useful later. Rarely does end up being the case, but I don't know if you guys are the same. Ooh, we have an error of some sort. There's a grave error somewhere. May only appear at the top level. Oh dear, I don't know what's wrong. I do not know what's wrong. Do I have import export anymore? Import export. Yeah, there's a syntax error, all right, but where? Oh yeah, curly brace. Okay. Let's turn off this. Let's turn off the errors. All right, so if I click save, oh sweet, we have a 1 here, then 1 later. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now, let's convert this into a number. So if there's 25 positions, this thing is going to be less than a U unsigned int 32-bit long. Buffer. Let's console log it again. Okay. That seems manageable. So if it's less than an unsigned integer, we can store it as that. How do I convert this to number? Number parse int. Is that gonna work? It did. All right. So that worked. Okay, so what we need next is to look at the storing data. All right, store, and we'll be storing the grid that's going to come in as a 32-bit long unsigned integer. What do we need to return here? I guess the same value. All right, so we go into environment, we call up storage, and we call set. The key is going to be the grid symbol, and the value is going to be grid. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we return. Let's do cargo test. I guess just to sanity check, I don't have any tests, although I should be writing them, but this is a hackathon, goddammit, and we don't write tests on the first couple of hours, during the first couple of hours. Okay, so I have a storage mechanism here. I can remove this part, and hopefully that's going to be enough to store a grid. What do I do next? Well, let's compile it. Cargo build release target. I wish it was just a simple command. Okay. There's unused imports. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay. Updated, and I'm going to check the size. 259. So I'm reducing the binary size. Okay, I guess I need to do this whole thing again of installing it. Install contract. 259, same size, call. This might get annoying. That's the new hash. Create contract. Take that and get the contract ID. And invoke. I'm going to test this out with just within the Soroban-dev remote tool. Function name save. Takes in one argument. UN32. And just do 1, 2, 3. Call. Fingers crossed. Wow, that seems like it worked. Excuse me. How do we check? When we check the account with get ledger entry, we can do that same thing for contract data. So that contract data, provide the contract ID. Data key is going to be a symbol, and it's going to say grid. Call. All right. So we have some storage going on. We're storing 1, 2, 3, which is actually going to store a number. So that kind of works. We have these two tabs open. Keep them open. All right. So going back to React. So we have a contract that stores, and we can retrieve the information somehow. How do we retrieve it? Well, let's see here. We have Soroban imported, and then has a network. And the network has some stuff. Execute request, get account, get transaction status, send transaction. Let me think. updating or are we reading? I guess we want to read first. Reading is the easier operation. So let's see. Soroban, let's go into tools. So I have that remote tool here and it leverages some of this stuff. Especially in the use request portion. Get ledger entries, what we're interested in also. Okay. We're gonna need the following ingredients. We will need the key, all right. Let's import. So the tools are not ready at all for me to do this, but I'm just gonna, I guess, build them. The cars are already running and I'm adding on the wheels. I need Stellar XDR. Where is it located? Packages, Soroban, XDR, Stellar. All right, that's the data encoding, decoding part. And let's add another function. Load. Okay. And let's add another button. Load. Okay. How do I add spacing between them? Secondary. Okay, that'll be fine for now. I'm not going for style points over here. I can't help myself. Padding, right. 8 pixels. Margin, right. Okay. So now load is going to, let's start collapsing some of these things. Encode grid is fine. Toggle cell, we're good. All right, so load. Console log, Stellar. What do we have? Load, okay. So we need to compose a ledger key to be able to query what we need. So let's do grid key, Stellar, ledger, oh man. Ledger key contract data. I will definitely have a solution for this for the next stream. Contract data. Now this is going to take in something, and that something is a struct ledger key contract data. Okay, and that has a contract ID and a key. Okay. Now, key, what's the key? The key is a symbol. Let's see. I have another thing that I built for the remote tool called the Soroban value component. And in here, there's a lot of useful stuff. Specifically in the encode function. All right, so we need to encode a symbol. There we go. Key is going to be a Stellar SC val. So I think this stands for Soroban contract value. And then the symbol. This is going to be just hard coded to grid. contract ID. This has to be a binary, and our contract ID is a hexadecimal encoded value. I do have a nice decoder as hex from somewhere. Let's see. Where do we have it here? Packages and utilities. Hex. Alright, so this will just be hex, decode, and this is a hexadecimal contract ID. Okay. So let's print this out and see if I have the formatting correct. And if I do 2xdr base 64, I'm encoding the binary as in 60 using base 64 encoding. All right, so I have the key. That's good. How is the key used? Oh, pretty simple. So I just need to call this. Oh, and I need to re-encode the key. I need base 64. Yeah, encoding and decoding is gonna become a nuisance later on. I have a base 64 encoder too. It's a fun experiment to do it from scratch. I have a base 32 as well. There are 6 viewers. It's been a long stream. I appreciate every single one of you. Feel free to introduce yourselves in chat. I'm always happy to read any of your messages. All right, so base 64. Base. Oh, thanks for the suggestion, Silence. I think it's going to be auto-recorded. I just have to download it afterwards. All right, so base 64. Where do we need it? Well, grid key encoded is going to be this. How's that going to look? All right, is that going to be the same? Am I just doing a roundabout? This is one of those sanity checks. No, it's not the same. Bay encode. Why is it not the same? Thanks, Matthias. You're doing awesome work on Discord. I appreciate it. Okay. So here's a top quiz question here. If I convert the grid key into XDR and encode that as base 64, oh, okay. That should, let's not go there. Okay, so grid key encoded ledger entry. Now, when we're getting the ledger entry, we're sending. So this gets encoded to binary, and I'm base 64 encoding that, but XDR can be encoded into base 64 straight up. So I don't need that part. Okay. Now, use request is doing something. It's it's actually the method component that does something, and it's calling execute request. So let's use that. This is going to be an asynchronous function. By the way, since it's been a long enough time to catch up to the thread that we're on, is we have a contract. It's storing a integer value. We're able to read it using the remote tool over here. Now I want to be able to read it inside of the React app, and I'm going through the motions to get that to work. All right, so response. Let's call this response. Execute request. Now this request is just going to be method get ledger entry, and parameters. It's going to be the key. All right, so the keys is grid key encoded. Ooh, my fingers are itching to find out if this worked. Load. It did. It did load. Okay. So it, all right, so if there's a response, now it comes back as XDR, which is not super useful. If response XDR is set, let's decode it. And I believe that's an SC val from XDR XDR 64 const value. Let's read that. Bits. We got some bits. That doesn't seem right. What did I do wrong? Stellar SC val. Do I need to know that this is a symbol? Or rather, let's see, how does the remote tool do it? So there's a key and a val. So key, ledger. All right. So this is not returning an SC val. This is returning. Oh dear. Let's look up at the design doc. This is returning ledger entry data. Okay. Ledger entry data. Load. Contract data. Value. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Hello. All right. We have a super lengthy decoding portion. We'll look forward to catching up on the rest. I really appreciate you spending the 1 hour plus on the stream, Silence. Good luck on the customer visit, and I'll catch you later. I hope to keep this stream alive for as long as I have stamina. So you might log on and still find me. I'll see you later. All right, ledger entry is what do I can do? How do I read these in for ledger entry? There's a request, or rather a response component, and I have a parse XDR thing. And how do I decode, encode? Yeah, I go through attributes, values. Sweet. It's not gonna look pretty. So value attribute attributes val value 1 2 3. All right. Now if this thing fails at any point, I don't want to have a lengthy error, so I'm just going to add optional chaining here. Ledger value. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 is what we expect. 1 2 3 4 is what we get. All right, so load, and now now how do we take this number and convert it into binary? Well, that is interesting. So toString and then 2. Ha! I literally remembered it from somewhere, but it works. So that's really beautiful. So if this this works, I can go into next grid is whatever. Let's call this binary. Let's take it step by step. Is this a string type of binary? Load. It's a string. Okay. So I can actually next grid, I can actually split this, and then this becomes something. It's going to become an array. Load. Okay. So now I need to pad this. Can I pad in JavaScript? JavaScript pad string pad start. Okay, let's try pad all right, so this becomes a string. Now I'm going to pad start with, so max length is 25. I don't want to use hard-coded values. All right, check this out. So pad start is going to be the length, and then I'm padding it with zeros. Then I'm splitting it, and let's see the next grid. Load. Huh. That didn't do anything. Let's try it out. So sanity check. 1 0 pad start 25 fill string 0. So that works. Is this? Oh, I didn't save it. I think I didn't save it. Yep, I didn't save it. My bad. Oopsie. All right, so next grid is now pretty good. We need to transform this though into something that activated cells understand, or how do I? So I'm coding this, go one by one, check the index. I could, oh, all right. So I have next grid. It's an array of strings. I can map this cell into number parse int cell. So I'm going to map it to integers, and then I can reduce it. So this is previous and current and I did check. Current value, I'm going to check if current value is 1. And if that's true, index. And if that's true, I'm going to append the index to the previous value. Otherwise, I'm just going to do previous, and the initial value is going to be an array. Well, that looks kind of beautiful, but it's 18, 19. That's not what I expected. Yeah, it doesn't look right. Wait, but it kind of does. How did I encode it? Least significant. So I take the index. So if 1, 2, 3 encodes a grid that's, this doesn't look right. Let's go back. Let's remove the reducer. Let's go back to see how the grid transforms. All right. So these are the cells that I need to toggle on. There are 6 of them, and they're pretty much all at the very end. Okay. There's 6 of them. Oh. I guess. I mean, the way I encoded it, I'm probably this is correct. All right. So let's do set activated cells to next activated cells. Okay. So if I load, this should change the grid, and it did. It actually did change the grid, and this is coming from Soroban itself. Hey everyone, there's 11 viewers on the stream now. So for anyone that's just joining us, this is a Soroban hackathon, which is a smart contract platform for Stellar, the blockchain. And this is day 1 of the hackathon. I'm a developer, Morgan, and I'm building a React plus Soroban game, leveraging the Soroban Ledger smart contract platform for storing data and logic eventually, and React for the interface portion. What we have here is a grid, a 5x5 grid, and it's pretty much just allowing me to toggle cells on and off, and hopefully by the end of this hour I'll be able to store the current state of the grid onto the ledger. So this is the smart contract. It stores a unsigned int 32-bit long onto the ledger, and I'm reading that value right now when I click load. Okay. All right, so I'm loading. Now I want to store. I want to store the current state. That would be like a good, a very nice achievement here. Okay, so encode grid does some stuff. It returns a number. Return number. Okay, so encoded cells. Encoded grid. And let's console log this. Encoded. Okay. All right, so we have an integer. What do we need to do now? Well, we need to execute a transaction to send it like we did previously. So this goes back to invoke contract. All right, so I need what do I need? I will be needing transaction. Const transaction. Excuse me. Let's make this into an asynchronous function, and it's going to be await new transaction. Await new transaction. All right. Now, what do? I provided a source account. The source account, I'm just going to use. Oh gosh. Same account that I used to create it. So I need to import accounts to import account. This is all my SDK I prepped beforehand. I mean, not beforehand. This was for another tool completely, and I'm just trying to leverage that. All right. So source account is account from key. And the key is going to be a string, secret key. So we feed that into the transaction initializer, or rather parameter. And then we're going to do an operation. Operation. We need to import operation now. So transactions are composed of, not Soroban client. Import operation from operation. I guess I have to manually type out the path. Packages, stellar, transaction, operation. Okay. Just to make sure that it doesn't. All right. Where do I store packages? All right. Stellar, transaction, operation, index. How do I import it here? Oh, as a star import. Okay, that works. So star as. Matthias just said, we're just thinking about looking at that grid and numbers and saving, storing. Spoiler alert, maybe the game could be a battleship. There's no spoilers, because I don't have I don't have a concrete idea yet of what's the game going to be. But sure, I mean, what if I deploy the contract and then other folks leverage that contract to implement like a battleship game using, calls to the contract? Could be a fun side project. All right, so let's do. How do I compose this? Oh, new operation. Invoke contract. All right. So new operation invoke contract. All right. So for that, I need a contract ID. How does it take it? Perhaps I think it takes a string. So if that's the case, then we're golden. All right. Contract ID is set. Function name. I sure hope that takes a string. I don't recall a lot of things. But the name will save. Function arguments. Okay, function argument. So that takes in a stellar encoded value. Have I ever encoded? All right. Let's log. I want to just double check how I should encode that number. Load, because it's coming down encoded somehow. I want to just replicate that. Value is U32. It's an enum. Does anyone know, how do I encode a U32? Is it like part of the Stellar XDR? Let's see, Soroban XDR. This can be, all right. I'm just gonna look it up. Ledger entry data. That can be account, trust line, contract data, contract data entry. Key value SC. Oh, that's an SC val. All right, I can do that. I can encode an SC val. Okay. Function argument is going to be stellar SC val U32. And that's going to be a number. That number is going to be the encoded grid. Encoded grid. Okay, what else? I need a footprint. And I really don't want to be bothered with that right now. If automatic. Oh, so just I call simulate. Matthias. Matthias says, I'm just gonna read out these because there's not a lot of comments in here, so I'm just gonna read them all out. That would be actually a perfect fit. You could even have multiplayer if you as a player save your ship locations, then some other user could look up the user ID and play against you. The second player would have their own ship locations. Soroban would then check for hit, comparing the selected locations against the other player locations, oversimplifying game mechanics, but sure rings a bell. Well, I mean, that's awesome. And you know, we might have implementing just that. That's why I love visual stuff like grids and so forth, because it's always easy to come up with something when looking at a grid. So thanks for that, Matthias. Good suggestion. All right, I need a footprint. Gosh, okay. Let's see here. What does it use? It uses use the same transaction. I need to sign it just the same. I just don't provide a footprint. All right. So let's say that this is done for now. Ooh, we got to follow Snay Bolson. Thank you for the follow. Always appreciate interactions. Okay. We're at a point where we want to send a transaction, but we're kind of hampered a little bit because we need a footprint to be able to send that. So let's see here. We have, we need to sign it. All right, so first we serialize it for a network, and we're going to use the Soroban network. Okay. Then we're going to await transaction signed by account. Oh, source account. When that is done, I can have a finalized transaction. What's that? Is that a? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, finalized transaction. This SDK is going to be a lot better. Interface interfacing with this seems way too difficult. All right, so finalized transaction is transaction dot finalized. Is that a wait that I see? No, no waits. Okay. So we're just gonna, I don't want to copy paste. All right, simulation response is gonna be await Soroban network execute request, right? And so Soroban transactions, first step, you grab the footprint or have it from before. Footprint doesn't change, I think. I guess it depends, but anyhow. And then you send a transaction with that footprint to be executed, which seems like, as in terms of design, that should be like part of the protocol, right? And then it's, if you want the footprint beforehand, you can call that, but it should be like a checkbox to be able to like, oh, I want this handled automatically. All right, simulate transaction is the method we're going to call. The parameters that we're going to call it with just has a transaction. It's finalized transaction. All right, so simulation response is what we're going to log as the second value from the save function. Now, most likely, this is going to fail, but we're still going to click save. All right, so there is an error. Is not a function. U32 is not a function. So U32, what is it? Do I just feed it a number? SC val and a number? Would be super weird, but. Cannot call a class as a function. Nope. Okay, I'm a little stuck with XDR, but this is where I've been stuck the most. U32 is not a function. Then what is it? What is it? We're at a point where I need to format whatever I'm sending. Undefined. Undefined. Okay. $cval is a union. What if I just send the uint without encoding or doing anything to it? Let me check. JavaScript, XDR, JS. All right, this I need the GitHub. So it has unit tests for unsigned int. Unsigned int. Matthias, do you know how to encode a U32 as an SC val? Like, what am I missing here? Or anyone else? If anyone else on the stream knows how to encode a U32, that would be great. Because this is literally the last thing where you want to spend time on. That's an unsigned integer. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna take this, hide it, and where else have I used? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm using the wrong. So this is the branch, and then encoded grid is the thing. Should work. Save. Not a number. Let me double check. Uh-huh. And then 2 XDR. U32. Oh, I'm encoded grid. I'm using, oh gosh. Okay. That should work. I'm just YOLO. Okay. I got the footprint of, okay. So const footprint from the response. If I did get the footprint, I can then repeat this beautiful process. This gives me so many ideas on how to optimize that sequence. Okay. Footprint. What is it expected in? Footprint. Okay. So I need to decode the XDR value. So ledger footprint decode from XDR, and this is going to be the footprint and base 64. This transaction now send response. So this is going to be the same. Everything's the same. It's just that there's a footprint attached to this. So there's a simulation response, and now let's check if there's a send response, but that's going to be down here. Let's move everything up, or rather, not. Okay, save. All right, it went through. Now, I don't want to check anything in React. I want to go straight in here. So what this said 1, 2, 3 previously on the ledger, calling this. Now it has to be a different number because I saved it. And it is. It actually is a different number. All right. So let's, whatever. What do we do? Let's remove the defaults. So it's just going to be like this. If I click load, it loads it from Soroban, sets all the values to how it saw it. All right, let's do like an H, like a big H. Save it. Came through. Let's go on ledger entry. What did I do? Oh, it resets. Good. That looks like a different value. And if I reload and click load, it does it. All right. So here's the fun part. React has this nice hook called use effect. And with use effect, we can call load every time this thing opens up. So let's call load. Boom, H is there. Let's add another, we're on a roll. Let's add another button. That's going to be a reset. And the function is going to be reset. And it's going to be secondary. Outline, I guess. Outline. What's wrong? Oh, yeah. I haven't defined reset the function. Const reset. It's not doing much. we're not resetting the ledger. We're just resetting set activated cells to an empty array. Okay. Reset. Okay. Let's do an L. Save. Did it. Done did it. No? Oh, okay. Wow, that was interesting. So for a second there, an old value came back, but I guess it wasn't part of the ledger just yet. Or wasn't included. All right, so what do we have? Sort of status report. We have 219 lines of React code that is able to put stuff on the ledger, the Soroban future net, and read it. And that just happens to be a two-dimensional grid. We also have, what is it? If we remove this part, it's like 15 lines of Soroban smart contract code that does the storage. And we're sort of off to the races here. Now, this is a good point to have a little tiny break. So that's what I'll do. I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And the stream will continue and continue as long as humanly possible, because building is fun. So anyone that's watching, I'll be back in 5-10 minutes and we'll continue this. And be right back. All right, I'm back. Cheers to everyone that's still around. You guys are awesome. Ooh, how did that move? Again, this is my favorite mug. It's a Minecraft diamond block. And it's epic. Okay. So where are we at? So we're building something that should be a game. And we have a grid, a 2D grid. We can flick cells on and off. And you have the ability to store this on the network, on the ledger, and then read the value that you stored using this little tool on soroban-dev.com. All right, so we can store some stuff. We can read some stuff that's in shape of a grid. But there's some quality of life issues that I want to resolve, and that includes things like, all right, so we made some changes. Let's say I don't know, let's reset this and just draw a massive line in the middle. We click save. Now, there's no sort of user feedback to let us know that there's something going on in the background. The user doesn't know, and then they might do something weird and click off or whatever and not see the final result, or the transaction is not committed, whatever. We need to provide feedback. Next is when we're loading, nothing says that we're loading. It's just like, you load and then the thing comes up, and that's not great. So let's try and solve these async thingies somehow, and maybe abstract some of the code too. Let me collapse some of this stuff so that it's more focused. Okay. So where should we start? Is there anything that comes through from the React portion? All of these could be arguments. So I think we should abstract save, and then, I don't know. Let me think. This is like, this component is getting a little too heavy, but a good point of abstraction is critical to make this successful. Toggle cells, whatever. Styles need to be here. Encode grid. What if we created like an object for grid and abstracted some of the stuff there? It's like a class, grid class, and we can construct it by providing it the length. And let's see what happens. So we're just gonna export grid. What else? So, by the way, for anyone that's new, we're building a game for the Soroban Hackathon, which you should definitely check out. Let me just bring that up real quick. Hacka-Soroban-athon. 183 participants, over 5,000 in prizes and whatnot. And essentially, yeah, just try out Soroban, the smart contract platform for Stellar, and learn some stuff and win some cool prizes and swag. There's tons of swag, I was told. Okay. So back to the thing I'm building. I want to clean this up a little bit. So first, I'm gonna the first point where it seems natural for me is creating a grid abstraction. So let's import grid. And with the help of some console logs, let's develop it. So grid equals new grid, and then we can probably do constants grid.length. Okay, so we spent like out of the 2 hours plus of this live stream, we've spent maybe 10 minutes on the Soroban side, maybe 15. So yeah, even a decentralized app is just an app. The user interface still is like the meat on those bones, and it will take up the majority of the time. Okay, so let's console like grid length 5. That's good. Where is this coming from? 153. I don't like having loose console logs out there. Okay. Alrighty. So grid has length 5, which then will allow us to do things like get cell count, or cells would be, yeah, get cell count, which is a getter, and this getter is going to do return this dot length times this dot length. And yeah, I already had this in mind a while back when looking at the for loops when I'm multiplying it. It's even hard to like explain this code. Let me just minimize it. Yeah, like over here. I need to iterate over all the cells that are out there, and that means I need to multiply for this for loop to go over 25. But with this new grid thing, I'll be able to just do grid dot cell count, and that'll give me 25, and it'll look nicer. Every abstraction should look nice, I think. Okay. What else? When I'm creating a grid, I need to initialize those cells. And let's see here. Array new array. I can provide the length. Okay. So this dot length times this dot length. And I'm just gonna map. This is a quick hack. I think it's a quick hack. Where I map everything into zeros. Let's see if that worked. I need to log the grid itself. Yep. Oh, and this, I guess I don't need this anymore. I can just get the this dot cells length. All right, what else? I'm activating cells. So I want this, so even though this is like a class, right? I want it to still be functional. 80-20, 80% UI, 20 backend. Yeah, like, I mean, it depends on the app, obviously. Like if you're building some kind of AI model driven stuff, you're probably going to spend 80% there. But still, like any kind of like consumer facing app, UI is going to be the bulk, always. I'm with Matthias on this one. Okay, so I want this to be like a functional value kind of type. And for that, whenever I add a new cell or activate, all right, so yeah, activate cell, I want to return a new grid, and I'll need to copy these, I guess. So cells equals null by default. So it's either going to be cells that are provided in the argument, or it's going to generate a new array. When we activate, so I'm going to do cells equals this dot cells dot map, and then I'm only interested in the index. So I'm gonna see if this index is equal to activate. I hate this naming, but for now it's just gonna have to work. So if I'm mapping the old cells to make sure if the one index that matches up the one I'm activating, I'm gonna set to 1, otherwise it's gonna be 0, or no, it's gonna be current cell. You know what? Let's add some semantics. Class cell static off. No, this is too complicated. Constants. This is going to be on is 1, off is 0. All right, so constants dot on. Whatever. No, constants. All right. So activate cells is going to create a new cells array, and then I'm just going to return a new grid that's of the same length, but it has these new cells. Okay. Wait, this is empty. I don't want it to be empty. Double check. Yeah, it's 25 empty cells. That's not good. I thought this was a good hack. Let's see here. Sanity check. New array 5 map 2 3 whatever. Still empty. Is it because I'm not wrapping the new thing? Empty. Let me look this up. I thought I knew this. Create JavaScript, create array with n elements. Stack Overflow to the rescue. Array.from keys. That is dope. That is dope. I'm gonna use which one? I need 0-based stuff. Yeah. So I'm just gonna use this from JavaScript array from inline mapping function. All right, inline mapping function. That's what I need. Delete this. Array from array. This is going to be whatever. And then the mapping function is going to be 0. Let's test. Yeah, we got zeros. Nice. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Let's make sure to. Oh, it's been uploaded. I've been around here before. My memory failed me. Okay. I guess I can close this and back to building the game. So now I need to test activating cell in the grid. Grid activate cell number 1 and then cell number 3, and let's, ooh, okay. This generates a brand new grid. Ooh, all right. I'm just gonna console log this whole thing. Console log. Okay. So this obviously is not gonna activate on the same grid, so I won't have two activated cells, but I just want to see these two being different. Different grids. All right, so this is cell number 3, which is correct. Cell number 1, which is also correct. All right, so I have that part nailed down. Now let's grab the encode part. Encode. And I think we can, yeah, we should be able to, do I even need the big int? Number parse int 0b1 1 1 1. That should be 15. Yeah, I do need big int. It's funny how big int has this binary syntax parsing. Matthias says, sorry Morgan, gotta drop off, pick up kid for school. That's awesome. Family first. we went to the baby pool today with my newborn baby. I got a 5-month-year-old boy, and he did have an interesting experience. The first time in the pool. But yeah, family first. I'll see you, Matthias. Thanks for being part of the stream. Okay, so big int is necessary. We've established that. We can just copy as is. All right, so buffer stays the same. I can use this dots. Ooh. No, this is going to be different. This is going to be different because I have this. Yeah, as a 1010 thing. Okay, so plus this dot cells join binary string. Take that here. Binary int, and let's return this to, like, it's not necessary to have that variable over there. All right, let's try and encode encode. So to get a 1, I have to toggle the very last cell. So that's cell 24. Okay, I got a 1. So I'm happy with how encode works. What else are we abstracting away? Toggle cell. Okay. So now that we have a grid, I'm gonna rip off the band-aid and remove all the parts that we replaced. So it's gonna be grid, set grid, and use state. Is gonna be a new grid, I guess. And length is gonna be constant grid length. Okay, so I can delete this part, and going back, yeah, it's an argument. So, right, I have a grid. Now, I used to have activated cells in this thing over here, but technically, oh, this is gonna be even nicer. So I can go into grid.cells.map and render out these divs for each cell in here. So the HTML flows, or JSX rather, flows a little more neatly. All right, so return. What am I returning? This thing. Copy and pasting is not bad if you just wrote it. Copy and pasting is bad if you've never seen that code and you don't know what's going on. All right, so cell is what? Let's see if this works. It didn't. No surprises there. All right, I is not defined. Okay, so this is an easy fix. Index, and then over here. So that takes care of that, but I is not defined. 197. Oh, I is over here. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. It sort of did light up anyway. All right. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. So now that we've replaced this, we can get rid of cells altogether. Does it break stuff? No. Now toggle cell is going to be replaced with grid dot activate and the index. It doesn't work. Why is that? Because I need to set grid to this new grid. Okay, so see the value did change to 1, but I'm not rendering it as that. And let's see. Oh, okay. I could just check, instead of doing this find, I can go into the grid, go into the cells, and do index. And if it's equal to 1, then that's an active cell. Yep. Now toggling doesn't work, but that's fine. I can get rid of this. I have an activate. I need a deactivate. So it's going to be the exact same thing, but I'm going to turn it off. Do I even need to update cell? And then I'm looking for the correct abstraction here. I have an activate function, a deactivate function. The only thing that's different for them is this on-off value. So I think I can just do a new function. I can do update cell and state or next state. And what that will do, I can take this and do next state. Does a new line help here? I think it does. Current state. There, that reads better. So next state or current state? Update cell candidate. No, index reads better. All right, so then inside of instead of activate, all I need is I need to return this dot update cell and constants on, and over here constants off, and I can do another function called toggle cell, and it's going to return this dot update cell, and then this, and depending on this dot cells being equal to constants dot on, it's gonna do the opposite. On. Okay. So now let's try it out. Let's toggle index. Poof, poof. Okay, that works. So we removed that part. We still need activated cells for over here, but not much else. Encode grid. Am I using this anywhere? Oh yeah, I'm using this over here. Okay. Encoded sounds better because that implies that it's a return value. All right, so encoded grid, we'll just do grid encoded. And as for load, load, set activated cells. What does this look like? Again, it's 7, so these are the indices. Let me think. Do I even need to be bothered with all this splitting? Because if I take the binary, right? If I split it up, I get the cells. I get the cells already. Yeah, that should be all I need. Okay, so set grid is going to be next cells, or whatever, let's call this cells. Set grid is going to be a grid, or rather new grid. Oh man, I need the length. Constants dot grid dot length times constants dot grid dot length, and then I store cells in there. Oh man, if this is gonna work. It did. Can anyone believe this? First try. All right, so that worked. That means we can get rid of nicely grayed out encode grid. We can get rid of this. And now we're left with two nasty functions. Oh, a reset. We need to do something about that. I can take this and do set grid. Okay. Just make sure. Oh boy. How did that happen? New grid length. That's weird. Let's see what kind of numbers are we getting here. Console log. Reset 25. Why is 25 becoming such a mess? Set grid, new grid. Let me log what grid is getting. Oh yeah. I just need to provide a length. I don't need to selling me length, that's all. Yeah, all right. So reset, load. Okay, now testing out the save. Now the save didn't work. How come? Console log coded grid. Oh, it did. It did. It just took some time. It took some time. Yeah. All right. So we abstracted grid into this nicely woven structure or class. Yeah, whatever. Now we can start abstracting this behemoth, save and load. Those are way too complex. Oh, you know, that's just how I think. Like clean up first, and then add new features later. So what's the major hurdle here? The footprint. The footprint is the thing. So if this transaction is finalized, I cannot add a footprint, but I can try and let me think. I want it to be like just a function I call, and I don't know, I feed it whatever contract ID, account ID, and the grid. I don't want to be bothered with anything else. I don't have a good solution, so I'll just start with a solution and then optimize it later. Let's call this Soroban.js. And this will be two functions. Save grid, and then load grid. I just need to export these. Load grid. Okay. All right, save. I think we start with load. That's a more simple function. It needs a contract ID. I wonder though, having started laying down, yeah, I don't want to meander, but a nicer abstraction would be just like what we did with grid, which was a class, and we added functions because there's some state associated with the grid, like the length and the cells, and it's nice to access that along with the functions, not passing everything. And the same goes with the abstraction, or rather, instead of this being Soroban, this should be contract. Oh man. Yeah, let's just do that. This is not premature optimization. This is just optimization. All right, so constructor. I'm gonna initialize this contract with a contract ID. Okay. This that contract ID. I do need a lozenge. One moment. lozenges are a lifesaver. Okay, so I have a contract. I have a contract ID. What happens next? Well, I don't really need anything else, just the grid. Oh, let's call it the same name as on the contract itself. Game contract. All right, yes. We're getting somewhere. I promise this is leading to a nice abstraction. Okay, so then I need an asynchronous load function and save. It's still probably grid. Yeah, makes sense because eventually there's gonna be other things. But that thinking about eventually is already premature optimization. So let's just do save and load for now. Okay, load. Let's grab all of this. So now we need Stellar again. In fact, I'll just take everything and then remove as no longer needed. All right, so I compose this, decode this contract ID. Yeah, let's add some constants. Keys, grid. I don't like just random strings. Add some semantics. Okay, so that's the grid key, but that's always the grid key. And that's not asynchronous. Why don't we put in here? Grid. Okay, grid key. Constants, keys, grid, 2xdr. Oh, this looks so good. If it'll work first try. All right, so I'm gonna look at the ledger. I'm gonna look at the grid key, and depending if there's an XDR value associated, I will convert it to new grid. Oh, oh, but no. I thought I could add grid right here, but then the whole React thing would be thrown off because I need to re-render whenever that changes. So for now, let's just return this grid. Otherwise, well, something went wrong. I'm not gonna throw an error, but something went wrong. I think this whole constants grid length, I'll just stick that in here. If this is equal to null, then I'll use the constants length, otherwise I'll use the length. And over here, I don't know. do I don't want to have to import the length thing. But I guess it would make sense for, that's a complex value. So like if I'm storing just this grid, right? It could be read as, I guess you can only read 5 by 5, 25 cells as 5 by 5. Well, let's say it was like a 5 by 4. Well, that could be read as a 4 by 5. And you know, it's up to the client to decide what kind of length it is. I guess getting ahead of myself. You know what? Let's hard code the length over here. I'll backtrack a little bit. Length stays the same. Yeah. Grid length 5. Because that kind of becomes like the top level structure. Okay, and then we can try it out, I think. Game contract. So just import grid, and over here import game contract, and const contract. Should I call it contract or game contract? Set game contract. Use state. New game contract, and the contract ID is this thing over here. All right. So I guess I can, in the use effect, call its load function. Ooh, we got an error. Cannot find module. Oh yeah. Wait. Which module? Oh shoot. I need to change the export to if this is a .jsx, that error should no longer happen. Nope. Operation. I'm a little lost. Why doesn't this? I think it's fine. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, okay. that's why it was breaking. Console. Reading contract IDs. Contract ID has to be a function. has to be function. Okay, Soroban is not defined. That's true. That is true. I guess I can pass it by reference. Right? Hey, new viewers. I am debugging an abstraction I'm doing for the game React code. So far, only like 20 minutes in Soroban. Rest is debugging or building React. But that probably will change later on. Okay. I think I need a network reference. And at that point, I'm loading it from Soroban network. And this now depends on Soroban.network. I guess both. Keys.grid is not a function. That's true. That is true. Core placement. I think, yeah, that should do it. Yep, it did something. But I need to, since this is asynchronous, I'm not actually interacting with React from it. I need a function that sort of handles this. So it can be the same load name. And loaded grid. And I'll just set grid to whatever, just load grid. And maybe I'll comment this out. We got more errors. Cannot read properties of undefined. 153. All right, so how does grid look like? It's a promise. All right, yeah. Oh, wait. Sweet. So this abstraction actually worked. If we were to go and set this to whatever, 1, 2, 3, or just 1. Call. Make sure it changed. Yep, all right, it changed. It did. That is awesome. All right. We are moving along. So now that we have this abstracted away, go ahead and deal with saving. And let's just grab everything and move in here. So even here, load is kind of manageable. A couple of nice abstractions, and we're on our way. Save. Still needs a network, and obviously needs an account. Or rather, source account. We're going to abstract that away to here. save Soroban network, and then source account. So I don't forget to provide these, and, you know, result. Okay. So in here, I'll just replace Soroban.network with network. Grid encoded. I guess grid is the first argument. So save grid. Okay. We're 3 hours in. I think that's worthy of a tweet. But once we've done with the abstraction, we can celebrate. All right, so encoded grid goes into here. So simulate for the footprint, and I don't like this. I'll do this. Send. Replace that. Now, contract ID is this contract ID. Oh, it's going to be helpful when we start updating a contract. Changing the contract ID becomes a nuisance in as many lines as you need to. Okay, send response. Let's test it out. Sorry, transaction is not defined. Oh, I did something. I think it wants me to change this into JSX, even though there's no JSX involved. Cannot find module. Yeah, I don't know. Save. Soroban is not defined, I think. Yeah, XU request is the thing. And that's repeated twice. Let's try this again. Status pending. But we do get an ID back, which gives me an idea. I want to, if ID return response ID, otherwise the error. No, it'll be hard to check. I can just throw, I guess. All right, so in here, transaction ID. I'm gonna move this up. I hate this long string. Even this deserves contracting. Okay. So I got a transaction. Let's just sort of check it. All right. We have a transaction ID. That means that we're sort of, I guess, done with the abstraction. And we can sort of see that already take shape. Let's get rid of the unnecessary bits. Game contract doesn't need a count. Okay. So let's walk through what we have in terms of progress. This contract, it allows us to store a single unsigned integer value, 32-bit long. This React component interacts with that contract through a save and a load function. And, you know, it's relatively nicely abstracted. Okay. Now, the usability part. We need to let the user know that the thing is loading. When we reset this thing, it needs to know. Let's see. I like the fact that the grid is, stays as is, but there should be a message or something. Oh, I believe I did say that after we're done with the abstraction, which we're now done, it calls for a celebratory tweet. Let's see here. One moment while I go ahead and do that. Hour 4. No. 3 hours done, and we're still going. Okay, tweet done. Sorry if that's annoying. I gotta keep doing that a little bit. All right, so the usability accessibility part. I need to notify the user that something's going on. I could set a flag. So let's say that const is loading. Set loading to use state. Now we start by not loading anything. Then once we enter this function, we set it to true. And after the fact, we set it to false. All right, so we have something. Instead of the grid cells, what if I did like a loading cell if is loading? What kind of style would that be? CSS. Just a sanity check. If I can set the background color to red while it's loading, I'll be happy. Okay, that was jarring, but that worked. How do I want so here's what I think it would be a nice user experience. You know when you load up YouTube and like the grid has those it's loading up the videos, the thumbnails, but it doesn't have them yet and they're like blinking. could do that for the grid cell. Matter of fact, we probably don't even need to render these, so that it's a nicer sort of experience. How do we make them blink? Let's say that the color here is gray, but it's 100. We can change the opacity. That's right. Opacity should be pretty easy to animate. Animation, is that a property? Okay. I need to look this up. Emotion, CSS, animation, keyframes. Okay. Find some keyframes. Animations, keyframes. Let's call this blink. And I guess 0% would be opacity is 1, and then 50% opacity is 0.5, and then 100% opacity back to 1. Animations, blink. Why isn't that? Okay, it's not right. VS Code, I'm not doing that. Okay, so that didn't work. Oh, okay. I need to be a little smarter. Animation blink. 500 milliseconds is infinite. I want to keep it false so I don't have to reload. No, it's not doing anything. Opacity is 1. Is it throwing it off because it's like a number? Could be. No. Is it being applied? True. Apparently it is. Okay. Opacity set to 1. Animation is not set to anything. Let's see. It does like the documentation itself declares keyframes as this component string. I hate that format. Let me think. I need to look at my GitLab. I remember remember having the animations before, but I want something or other. Just bear with me while I try and find a solution. All right, I think the problem is here. This is sort of, keyframe is supposed to be used sort of like CSS is. So in essence, I need to redo it as thus. Animations.blink. And maybe that'll work. It did do something. Invalid property. Oh, LOL. Oh, we got blinking. It's a little too fast though. 1,000 milliseconds. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, so if we go back here and then set loading to false whenever loading actually completes, that happens pretty fast, so you don't even see it. But I guess what I wanted to do is while it's loading, I also want to disable the grid, which means, oh yeah, all right. Load save, toggle cell, and the reason I'm abstracting this is because I want to have like a nicely nested if statement. Set grid and toggle cell, and this is going to be index. Well, at this point I can just do bind null index, and maybe that's going to be nicer. So I wasn't able to click, I'm not able to click it if it's not loading. Okay, but now I'm able. All right, so it's loading, I can't click, and then so it's got that visual metaphor, but it doesn't have an actual term here. How about an H6 that appears only if it's loading? Yep, okay. And just do loading. Okay, so that's that's a metaphor for loading. I don't like how the grid moves though. Let's move it underneath. Okay, that kind of works. That kind of works. I need another one though for saving, because that could be interesting to track. Set saving use state. So I'm just gonna do pretty much the same thing, saving to true. And since this can throw, try catch block to the rescue. And set saving to false. Or I guess like either way, like saving is false, and over here I can just console log the error, if any. Okay. Now, is saving. Let's do another message. Now, see, that's not true. What it didn't take just like a second to save because the ledger needs to get incorporated, and that takes a lot longer, like 4 seconds or 5 seconds ish. And for that, I need to track the transaction. I need to track the transaction for the status update. So transaction ID becomes a thing. Let's do pending transaction set pending transaction use state null. So at this point I have a transaction ID, I store it in the state, and now I can work with it. I think let's move these together. Save, load, and reset kind of works as a a similar cadence to the interface. And there's the toggle cell and use effect. So I need another use effect. For whenever we have changes to the pending contract. Or rather, pending transaction, sorry. So if pending transaction is set, we'll console log for now. I do not need elements, I need the console. Okay. Click save. Boom, I have a transaction ID set. So now I can wait. Let me think. I can so whenever I execute a request, I get a response, but returning just the ID seems like I'm missing some information, because there's also status associated with every transaction. So I click save. I will get an ID, a status of pending, and an error. So I guess I can just, yeah, I can just return the whole thing, return a response. Yeah, I can just rename this to just transactions, so transaction ID, and see if I get a printout. Yeah, all right, so the status is pending. Now this is where I want to execute a function. Fetch transaction status. Transaction. Right. How do I? Okay. Yeah. Over at. So the remote tool has this thing, and we've been using it. Where is it? Get transaction status. So let's say, all right, we have a transaction ID, right? Let's just remove the quotes. We have a transaction ID and can check the status, and see this was success, status success. So I should be able to just call that. Call that. How do I do that? I can do Soroban network execute, or is there an abstraction? Execute request, get health, get transaction status. Let's try this. I like how it looks. Transaction ID, const response. Console log this. This is just one time I'm calling this, but eventually I'll call it many times until it's resolved. So I should get a response of some sort. Promise of pending. Add await and mark this as asynchronous. Status pending. 109. So this is exactly what we want. All right. So if let's think. If response status is pending, let's add a delay. Await new promise. This is a funny way of adding delays. So we just return a promise that resolves in whatever 500 milliseconds or a second. Let's do a second. Okay, and then we're going to call ourselves again using the same transaction. And every time we do that, we should get a printout, and eventually that printout should have a different status. That's the idea, at least. Save. One printout. And that's it. Pending. Oh yeah, set. Oh gosh, never resolves. That promise never resolves. All right. right back at it. Save. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. It took 7 seconds. It took 7 seconds, but that's fine. All we needed was the status of success. All right, so if the status is no longer pending, then we can go ahead and what do? We set pending transaction. Oh yeah, all right. So instead of checking, yeah, we need to check the status. Status equals pending. Can we simplify this? Can I just do like this? I think so. If the status is pending, it'll print that out. After which point we're fine. Set saving to false only at this point. Only at this point. Because either way, it was either successful or it was a failure, but saving is done only then. All right, so loading. Let's add another corner to the drawing. Saving some more, and it's done. If we reload, okay, we got the 4 corners. If I click the middle, I click save, it's still saving, I refresh, I get the 4 corners, because it hasn't been incorporated into the ledger just yet. But now, boom, so it takes time. One has to be very mindful of how long it takes for this thing to be incorporated into the ledger. Now, here's a thought. While it's saving, do we disable the interface? I think the answer is yes. So while it's saving, let's see here. Toggle. All right. So we got to make sure that it's not loading and it's not saving. And this, the loading cells animation is going to be the same for both. All right, so save. Oh, it changed the background. Let's not change the background. Haha, this looks nice. Although that, because it sort of blinks, it blinks in a weird way. Like it's just the whole thing. It would be nice if it was like, each cell had a different blink to it. Yeah, that could be. How do we do that though? CSS animation delay. We could add like a random. I wonder if that will work. Animation delay. Okay. So what if? How do we do math? Random. We get a number. We multiply that, whatever, by 10. Yeah, 10 should be fine. And then number parse int always 0. Oh, we need to round this. Math.round. Okay, I like that. So depending on randomness, I'm going to introduce a delay that's up to 10 milliseconds. Wait, I need to set this to each individual cell. Okay. I wonder if this will work. Style, and then animation delay, and then this milliseconds. Let's click save. No, it's all the same. It's not disable saving, and I wanna check the CSS. Delay. So there's different delays, but they all still blink. Maybe I need a longer delay. Yeah. 100? Up to 100? Still, it seems like they're all doing it at the same. Ah. Well, that was a nice idea, but I guess I don't know. It's like a digression a little bit. Back to console. Okay. Reset, and let's add just like a line. All right, let's see. We're 3 hours and 37 minutes into the stream. Who's alive? Who's with me? Anyone in the chat? Remember, there's swag. Oh, I never disable saving. Okay. Yep. Thank you, sir. What are you working on? Are you part of the hackathon, or SDF, or just random Twitch person? Which is a compliment, of course. Okay. we have usability updates. Now I think the last part is to enable the button indicators. So Bootstrap is where we're going to again, and buttons. I think there was a spinner thing. I hope. Spinners. Can you be part of buttons? Oh yes. I think I need to type primary span spinner loading. Okay. So what if I think I need to create a new component. How should I call this? Button, whatever. Let's not get too complicated. Function, button, props. All right. Simple so far. Now, what are we doing? Props, title. Class name is just going to be the same. BTN and BTN. Oh, okay. I guess I can import CX from promotion. We got 5 people watching. I can't believe it. 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 40 minutes. You guys are insane. Okay. CX, and then we're just gonna do BTN true. And then style is gonna depend on props is primary. What other styles I have? Secondary and outline secondary. Secondary, props is secondary. Outline. This is a long class name. I'm going to copy it. Okay, props is tertiary, right? Is that how you spell that? Tertiary. Okay. That's the class name. Then the on click is going to be props on click. And I think that should be good. Oh, I am adding some padding, or rather spacing. Okay. So let me import this component. From button.jsx. Okay. Do I use children or do I use title? I guess children is more semantically correct for React at least. So save, on click, save. See how that looks? Okay. Is primary true. That looks great, and it works. I'm just a developer messing with Stellar for the last 5 years. Quite new to Twitch though, so sorry if I'm not particularly active in the chat. Trust me, you're doing amazing. Like, you're probably 33% of anyone that's been active, or 20. I don't know the percentage, but you're very active, so appreciate that. Twitch, this is like, I've never done a Twitch stream, so I'm completely new to this myself. As for Stellar, fun fact, I've been aware of Stellar since 2014. I remember attending startup school in London, 2014, and as part of that event, I got an email or I subscribed to something, and I got the first Stellar airdrop. I think you had to log in with a Facebook account, and you got 6,000 Stellars back then they were called, and yeah, was excited to check out the platform. It didn't have smart contracts or anything like that, but it definitely seemed very accessible and neat. So yeah, but Soroban takes it to a whole nother level. Okay, back to the buttons thing. Let's go. Load is secondary. Load, and then is ter. Wait a minute. I should just do style. Primary. No, type. The style can be overloaded with actual style definitions. Okay, and then type is just going to be type equals primary, secondary, tertiary. Okay. Load, and this is reset. Reset. Okay. That looks about right. If I delete these. Okay. Load, reset. Okay, they work. I guess I don't need 3 colors. 3 colors are overloaded. Okay, now the loading part. We went to the documentation to add that. There has to be a prop where if props is loading, I'm gonna add this. Oh, React, you can't do like a number of elements. It has to be one top level element. So I need to replace that. This is class name. I probably don't need this. And maybe I don't even need this. For now, it's just an experiment. Okay. I guess I should break this out because I'll have another property is, no, loading is a bad word, is waiting. Because waiting is a generic thing, and these buttons can be for, you know, one of them saves, another one loads, and is waiting is a better term to convey the meaning here. Okay, is waiting for save is going to be is saving. Does that even make sense? Title, I'm going to do title. Save. And in the process, save a couple of lines. Title. What am I doing? I gotta recycle my thoughts. I am adding the same accessibility like to the buttons here so that they're sort of disabled and clear that stuff is going on. So you should wait. Load and reset is going to be simple because this doesn't have is waiting. This is secondary. Style and reset. Reset. Okay. When's the moment of truth coming? I think we can test that now. Okay. Wow. That's nice. So we just need to add some spacing. I think we're good. This has no spacing, but this has pretty decent spacing, I think. Just gonna double check. Yeah, it doesn't. Or I could just sort of, if it's not waiting, I will show the title. Okay. Save. All right. Yeah, this kind of works. This kind of works. Let's just make sure we actually saved it. Cheers to everyone. And reload. Okay. We're saving, we're loading, the buttons do stuff. And usability is definitely upgraded. I'm sure anyone and everyone would agree. Okay. Let's see here. So now that we have kind of the UI part nicely set up, I think we need to go a step higher. So I have, one grid that can be stored, but ideally we'd be able to have a number of these. So a number of grids. Now we have to figure out a storage solution that's suitable for what we want. And I guess the determining factor here would be, is it just a list of grids and anyone can interact with any grid? Or is it like an NFT thing where it's a map going from account to grid? But, if it's that, then, I mean, that could be interesting. So it's a map, mapping accounts to grids, and maybe, ideally, an array of grids, which is essentially just an unsigned integer. Okay, so how do we store that? Before entering hour 5 of this stream, I believe, we're going back to Soroban. Oh, comment from Bolson. Since we're reading, wow, nice. Pretty much from the beginning of the network then. That is true. And the first airdrop, I believe, was when it was still running on the forked Ripple code base before they've rewritten Stellar Core and launched the current pubnet. I have no awareness that that's the genesis, but I guess I had in my head. I remember those two being related, Ripple and Stellar, but I haven't dug deeper into the relation, the genesis of that relation. But hey, thanks for sharing. It's always nice to learn. Okay, so getting back to the contract, let's see. We want to be able to store a map that maps accounts to vectors of ints. Do I go one step at a time where I first store a vector, or I just go YOLO? Let's see. This is the documentation website for the SDK for Rust. So it has a information on the types. Create a map between. Okay. All right. So let's import map and map. I'm going to add a new function to have that as a reference. I was about to write mint, but that seems, I'm not building an NFT contract. I'm building a game. I guess it depends. Let's do add. So first argument is the same environment. Next argument is a grid, same as before. But then also, I'll have to grab the account from somewhere. So I think I'll figure it out. Okay. Let's think out loud. Before I set up a map using this thing, I guess environment. Before I go further, I need to get the account of the thing, of the account that's executing the transaction. Where do I get that from? I guess from the environment, right? Environment, accounts, budget, invoke contract, source account. That seems promising. So source account gets the source account set in the environment. Okay. Let's add another constant here. How do I call this? Grids. And that's a symbol for the map. All right, so const. I need grids. Okay, grids is going to be equal to environment, storage, environment storage. What's wrong? All right. The fact that a single error stops it from completing when it's like an incomplete line, that bothers me a little bit. All right. So we will get the grids value, and grids is going to be what? Grids is going to be an unknown thing. All right, there's this whole logic here. Let's try and follow it. All right, so storage, get grids, unwrap, or, okay. What am I doing? I need a map. No, I don't need a map. I need a vector. I need a vector. Because a single account can have multiple grids. A vector of. Now here's a question. When initializing a vector, do I have to have environment every single time declared? What's the significance of that? I wonder if anyone couldn't help me. Anyhow, let's assume that that's a requirement. So the vector is going to be an empty vector, and then we're just going to unwrap. Will it know the type? This is going to be it's going to be of type vector, and we're storing U32s in that vector. Right? So I'm gonna check, or rather I'm gonna get the existing grids and then append and if I want to just insert, okay. I gotta look it up because I'm meandering in using just autocomplete. All right, so vector. Give me something. I need to push onto the vector. Push front. Pop front. Push back. What does front mean? Is front 0 index? I would assume start would be like push start, push and or something. Let's try it out. Push, whatever, back and grid. Okay. So then, get grids. Grid is actually a map. Oh shoot, I think that would be like a step too far. I need to store vectors first and learn how to deal with that, and then add the accounts afterwards. Okay, then environment storage set, and I'm gonna set grids to what? To grids. Right? And the final value, let it be grid. Cargo test. Okay, we have some errors, just unused values, no big deal. Non-constant value. Oh yeah. Cannot borrow as mutable push. Consider removing the borrow. Okay. Cannot borrow grids is mutable as it is declared. Is it not? I think it's mutable let or let mutable grids. Okay. Rust is not my first language, that's for sure. Okay, so this has got a new thing going on. And I guess for reference sake, I'm just going to create lib.rs 1 or 0.rs and have this here and remove the save function from this contract. Okay, now I think this is a good time to actually write a test. But here's a fun fact. We've entered hour number 4, which is absolutely insane. Wow. All right. I think that's worthy of a tweet. But you know what else that's worthy of? That's worthy of ordering some food because I'm starving. So you guys get to look in the order. Really? Just an empty vector? Ooh, see, it's complaining. Unexpected end of macro. Missing tokens. How would you do it then, Bolson? If not with the environment. You know what? Once I completed this food order, I will go ahead and change that. What do I want? How about a pizza? Okay, plain with bacon. Mushroom pizza. If anyone were to turn the stream on right now, at hour 4, it would be ridiculous. I think I'll go with the whimsical pizza. Okay. Almost done. And done. Okay. Let's do another tweet. And we'll continue. Starting hour 5 of the Soroban. Oh, there's a hashtag for the Soroban Hackathon. Hacka-Soroban-athon. Twitch. I'm not a Twitch streamer, but whatever. Twitch live coding stream. Tune in. My next deliverable is a pizza. Let's go. Okay. Now, where were we? I think, yeah. I don't want to deploy this and test it on chain. I want to be able to have some sort of a reference to whether this works or not. There's a testing guide on soroban-athon, and I'm gonna use it. All right. Config test, and let's do mod tests, and then a test function test add. Okay, now to set up the environment, we can see that there's environment setups and so forth. I'm gonna type it out. It's useful to have muscle memory for this. So environment is something that we're gonna grab. Default. Then we're gonna grab the contract ID. Register contract none super game contract, and then a client super, not supper, game contract client new, and then we're going to use the environment and the contract ID. Okay. So let's see. Grids. Client dot add let's say 1, 2, 3. And what are we asserting? We're asserting the grid is 1, 2, 3. So now cargo test, running cargo test is actually going to be useful. Function associated, not found in the environment. Oh, it's default. Default. Okay, that's why it was sort of erroring out. All right, so that, I mean, that part is simple, like we're returning grid, but that means everything else is not erroring out. What I want to do is, let's see, I want to check the storage and see what that contains. That would be interesting. And I wonder if I'll be able to complete that. So it says that I have a 33-minute wait until the pizza gets here. All right. So I guess I can just query storage get grids. Set that to grids. How do I log stuff? I don't remember logging. Okay. Environment log grids. This is gonna work. This would be so beautiful. No, not found in the scope. Oh, super Missing tokens in, oh, environment. Oh, and then a string, this thing. Could not compile game due to type must be known at this point. What's the type? When I'm getting in here, I'm unwrapping. I remember writing this out at some point. Let's see if I can find it. Contracts, toggle. New window. Okay, there's bound to be some tests over here. Unwrap, unwrap. Huh. This is interesting. We can just get the state. All right, I'm just gonna. Grids is. Grids is what? Grids is a vector of u and 32. And it's equal environment as contract. Now, I mean, I have to look this up. I can't just, this environment, oh, this is a vector. Environment as contract. What does that do? Run the function as if executed by a given contract ID used to write or read contract data or take other actions in test for setting up test. Okay, well that sort of explains why I used it before. Okay. As contract. The ID is contract ID. This syntax I don't get. Return. I guess we can just do environment, storage, get the grids key, and then do hardcore unwrapping. Is there still an error? Grids. Oh, super vector, not in the scope. Okay. So the lock didn't do anything, but it's not breaking. What do I do? Oh, thanks for the follow, Sergey. On Twitter. Okay. So we have a vector that we can test against, and we know that if we add 1, 2, 3, that should be equal. Okay, so grids is on the left. Grids is on the left. And in this thing, it's going to be a back. And it's going to be environment. And then 1, 2, 3. what's the problem? Asserts the two expressions. Huh. So this didn't have any problems, but this has problems. Required for to implement debug. Consider specifying generic arguments. I don't like this. How do I specify a type for a thing I'm sending to this thing? If anyone is in the chat that knows how to solve this, because at least the examples, where's that? Storing data. This is storing in, yeah, U32. Testing asserts against a U32. It doesn't really test against like more complex data types like a vector. And I'm testing against a vector. Consider, all right, so here's the suggestion. Specifying the generic argument. If I just feed it a number? Seriously? What if I feed it a different number? It fails. Wow. Okay. Why do I put environment in the vector? I don't know. But it doesn't work without it. It's a good question. I don't know why. It's probably like a good highlight. Why? Questions to be asked. Questions to be asked. Number 1. By I'll make sure to follow up on that once I figure it out myself. But this works. So there's an array of grids that I'm storing, and I can have multiple grids over here. I think it's worthy of an update because then the user interface then becomes a little more complex, and creating this becomes more complex also. Yeah, okay. Let's, what's the command again to compile it? Building. Okay, we built it. Now we can install it. Ooh, it's grown 462 bytes. I think that's because of the vectors that adds quite a bit. Okay. So that's the old contract. Check the transaction for the WASM hash. Create contract. This, you know what? I'm just gonna save this for reference. So this is version 1. of version 2. And let's take these values. So that's the hash. And we can now check the ID. Okay. So now let's see if it all breaks. So contract ID is this. And let's see if anything works. We got a crash. What kind of crash is it? Of null. I think we have to safeguard against that. So 125 is the thing we want to cells. So if there's no grid, we forget about it. And if there's no grid, I think this is a place for it. Loaded grid. If loaded grid, then set this thing. Otherwise, set grid to just a brand new grid. I'll do length 5 as a hack. Okay, so it was loading, nothing loaded, and I can interact with it. But obviously nothing loaded because the contract is empty, right? Let's see. So now our interactions are going to be a little different. Game contract. This is going to be a little different. What we have is a response, load. Let's look at the ledger value for a second. Okay, nothing comes through. Let's look at the response. Not found. Okay. Well, that just means that's never been initialized. Well, we're dealing with arrays, right? So if this, returns something, then we'll handle it later. To do refactor for vector for multiple grids. Otherwise, we're just going to return an array that's empty. Or, you know what? I'm just going to deal with that on the client side. All right. We have load. I'm going to set the grid. Or, it's not grid, it's grids. Let's see, const grids, set grids, use state. Load will now return a list of grids. Load will return a list of grids. All right. So we should probably comment this out. Rather, comment this part out. Loaded grids. And if I'm afraid to lose that code, but whatever. I haven't committed any code to the repo, which is probably not the best, but we gotta roll with it. Loaded grids. It's gonna set the grids. Otherwise what? Set grids to an array of a single grid. No, it's gonna be an empty array. Oh, all right. So there's gonna be like a library of grids, which is gonna be a list that you can click open, but you won't be able to modify them. And you have a canvas, so I'll need like a tabbed interface for the UI. So set grids. Okay, that works. So grid I still need to keep. Yeah, that works. That works great. Loaded grids, grid. That's fine. So this refactor is kind of done. I am adding a list of grids. So I guess I can just add the tabs right now. Tab, navs, and tabs. Vertical. I like this interface. Okay. UL, class name, nav tabs, list item, nav item, anchor, class name. Do I need an anchor over here? Let me think. Do I use it? So I have another interface where it's kind of like that. In the remote method, and then over here. Oh, I have an actual component for tabs. Nav tabs. I have a span. And on click is on the list item. Okay, yeah, span makes more sense. So this is going to be canvas, and this is going to be library. In fact, I like those names. I should have used them in the contract. Whatevs. It's definitely not the last version of this contract. So library. And what's funny is that, like, I modified this, I don't know, in 5-10 minutes or something. This simple modification is now forcing me to redo the client side, and it's going to take me probably like 30 to 60 minutes to do that. Oh, that's how it is. All right, nav link, and then one of them is going to be active, and then the other one's just going to be a nav link. Does this look good? Canvas and library look decent, but I guess I can get rid of game now. It's been around with us for 4.5 hours. We're getting rid of it. Okay, I guess that works. I need to make this interactive. To make it interactive, I need to make it into a component. Navigation. export navigation. I mean, we're done. It would be, if only it was that simple. Navigation. Yep, that's the one. I wonder if there's a way for me to stream like a call, because when that pizza gets here, I'm gonna jump on it, but it would be a sad thing to do, is to just pause the stream while I eat, or look at the screen, or you look like me recording myself eating. That's just the worst. Okay. So navigation's here. I now need to complicate the state. Well, it's already getting complex. So this is the point where adding a reducer starts making sense. And pages too. So game is like, all right. Game is, whenever you, this is the conundrum of trying to simplify or abstract a page into like a more neat structure. Is it always gets more complex or I guess it's always complex to make something more simple. That's the way to put it. Disregard my comments about environment. Sorry, I somehow missed that it is passed to Soroban's vector macro. And those macros always need a reference to environment as a first argument. Just because all the complex types are handled in the WASM host, and environment is what provides access to it. Thank you. That's an awesome answer. Self question, self answer. I think I'll just add that here to this document. Answers. Let's do or do we do this? Nope. This. Nope. This. Okay. I think I'm gonna edit this a little bit. It is past the Soroban's vec, blah 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 blah. Okay. Just gonna quote. Thank you. You are a part of this source file forever. All right. Going back to abstractions. So I need to create first a component for canvas. I guess I need a folder. How should I call this? Pages. And then canvas. And now we're going to start seeing all kinds of state management and passing on and other good stuff. It was fun while the simplicity lasted. Okay, so I have the grid, I have all the loadings. So essentially, that's it. Oh, and I probably need to do a React router. Okay. Now, what do I keep and what do I lose? I'll just add an index file. These are fine and dandy, but I guess some unreachable code detected. Oh, I need some sort of a container. Okay. This is not going to be anywhere near working, but I can still import and export it. Okay. let me import star as pages. The courier is on his way to my place. So another 15 minutes-ish. I'd be on the hour. Okay. Pages. This might need to be SX to work. Okay, so pages. Canvas. This is going to break all kinds of ways. Okay, CX is not defined. All kinds of imports will not be defined. I think just bulk copy paste. All right. I guess I could just get rid of this. Get rid of that. Can't find module. Oh, I just went level deeper, so all the imports need to change as well. All right, new problem. Styles is not defined. Let's take care of that. Most of it will just, yeah. Oops. It'll clean up this file for sure. So let's take these and move in here. Now, constants, that's interesting. Constants not defined. One of the first ones I thought I saw. Let's see. We should probably, yeah, have like a game context or something to be able to track all these values from component. Game, whatever, context. And this is a React concept for streaming data up and down from one component to the other. Import, create context. So I'm just gonna create a context. Okay, and then I'm gonna declare a provider. I'm thinking, provider, props. I'm gonna wrap it all in the context yeah. I can explain how this works, I guess. Is anyone perplexed on the stream how React context works? Is that something I should touch on, or I should just plow on through? And export. I guess I'm going to export these things differently. So context as name context and provider. I'll call them properly. Game provider. Game provider. Let me hide these for a little bit. So this should be good. And I guess I can move over some of the constants. Okay, grid is of length that. I could feed a contract over. Interacting would be easier because now that I'll have pages, I will need to access that. But for now, I'll start simple, just grid, okay. Constants or settings is probably more descriptive. No one mentioned anything about being confused about React context. I'll just continue and carry on. All right, why did I do this? I did this because I need to have access to constants. Right here it says I need to have access to constants in Canvas. And the only way I can do that and like not have to copy paste grid dot length everywhere is to have context that can be imported. Okay. So I will need to use context, and what I'll do is I'll create a new wrapper component and return. Oh, I need to import the context itself. Where do I do it? Probably here. Sort of game logic, or I guess, yeah, I guess over here. Game context and game provider. Am I not exporting it? Game provider. I am. Okay. So game provider is going to wrap everything. Okay, so what a lengthy way of adding a constant, but it'll become more apparent why I've gone through all this trouble. So now that, oh shoot, this actually doesn't work in styles because that's declared as a constant before anything renders out. Oh golly. I messed up. So do I declare it over here? Let me think. So Canvas is a page, but Canvas also contains a component. I'll have another folder. Wow, this is blowing up. Components. And then, so there's a grid thing already and a component. How do I call? Visual grid? Visual grid is going to be the name of that component. Okay. Visual grid as opposed to grid, which is just data. Not prips, but props. For now, I'm just going to be div grid. I'm going to export this. And what this will have is it will have, yeah, it'll have the settings. So what am I doing? Styles. I need to import these. Because hypothetically, I replace this with settings, animations. I guess I need those too. Okay. Let's import order matters. So import visual grid as a component. And I can render it like so. Grid. Obviously, there's going to be modifications, so probably on change. Whatever, for now. Comment this out. Oh, it doesn't like being commented out. Well, I'll just have to force it. Oh, it's because of this. The index. That's interesting. Some indentation got lost on me here. So that's the div. This goes here. This goes here. Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, whatever. Let's see if this renders. Material is not defined. All right. Constants is not defined. That's still in Canvas, line 31. So I no longer need the grid, the cell, the active cell, or the game. Comment them out. The grid is not defined in Canvas, 73. 73. Okay, so I think this is where context can come in. But how? Maybe for now not. Just I'm gonna use state. Set grid, and that's gonna use state. And am I importing grid? No, I'm not. Import grid. Okay. New grid. Is loading is not defined. All of these will take a while, but I think I can. Yeah, I should use context for those. Import game context. Const game context equals use context game context. Now this will provide me with access to things like, you know, those values. But I have to move them there. From game. Wow, by the time this refactor is completed, the whole code base will look unrecognizable. I'm going to use a reducer to manage the state a little bit. Where should I put this? I guess I can put it here. Reducer. State action. Action type. For now, I'll default to turn state. All I needed was just some room to state to have like an initial a set of initial values. So is loading false, is saving false, and I can just pass on state over here, or I can just destruct it. Okay, so now game context has that. I can use those values. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined. Reading is loading 82. Ooh, I think that pizza. I'll be right back. All right. Just because the pizza got here does not mean that we're done with the stream or that we're pausing. It just means that I won't be coding while I'm eating. But we can look at Soroban stuff. Would be nice if someone in the chat would have some messages. I'll be extra responsive right now. The pizza, by the way. Oh, should be pretty nice. And yes, this is what a hackathon is. Coding and pizza. No beer, I don't drink, just regular water. All right. What do we have? We have 5 viewers. Let's check out the list of participants while I wait for messages. You know what's interesting? Is how many people decided to work solo versus have a team. And it's like a very clear winner. 133 are working alone. That's no fun. You know what? Let's look at who has a team. Dengraph. Go, Java, and Vue. I've tried Go before, but it seems a little weird for me. We've got PHP, HTML. Would fit right in to today's stream. Oh, this is perfect. Oops. So anyways, 13 folks have a team. Let's deselect it. And 133 working solo with position distribution. And 74 full stack devs. And 21 business folk. I've always been curious. Hackathons are very specific. Like, this is not a startup contest or like a pitch contest. There's not that much for a business person to do, I would think. Who's that? Raheem Star. Yes, I am still going, and the plan is to go on until I tap out. And yeah, so far we've been pretty productive. And my goal is to, let's stay in center. And my goal is to keep it that level of, churning code out so that other folks think that, oh, I can do it too. I can keep pushing code on the hour, every hour for the whole hackathon and build some awesome stuff. But I appreciate the comment. Cheers. Raheem, are you on this list? Are you looking for a team or working solo? Just two discussions. I wish I knew how to translate Spanish, or I know how to translate. I just don't understand it. I got crumbs all over. Oh, that's some good insight from Bolson. Working solo was the default, and so I guess 133. Some of them were bound to just click, 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 and not even think about what they were selecting, or they could be happy with that option. Raheem says he thinks he's working solo. Wait a minute, you're thinking of dropping out if you lose motivation? Well, then why did you get started? What was the original motivation? You have to sort of nurture that. Because when you start something, you should only ever drop out if the original premise for why you started becomes incorrect, or you learn something that disproves the original premise. And this hackathon has only been live for 5 hours. So I'm curious to know. Let's look at what's going on in Discord. No new messages. Twitter is pretty quiet too. I wonder if the hashtag is actually being used. Hacka-Soroban. Hashtag. I'm mostly flooding this. Just 3 tweets? Oh dear. Come on, folks, we need some new tweets. Hashtag Hacka-Soroban-athon. I promise it won't take up forever with this pizza. Did I notice that I got a new role on Stellar Quest Discord? No. Oh, sweet. I was so hardcore focused on the stream and the code, I didn't look at Discord, but thank you, Silence. Yeah, Stellar Quest, I haven't really. I've looked at them. I think I've done one. Just so that we're clear what I'm talking about. This is pretty cool. You can. I mean, there were some rewards and whatever, but this is very cool if you want to learn about Stellar. And I haven't done them myself. I have a different way of learning things. I kind of break them apart and then stitch them back together in pieces. So it's yeah, like the neatly structured tutorials don't really uh, personally work for me, but like for the majority of people, like this is great. And so for that reason, I haven't spent a lot of time on Stellar Quest. But yeah, thank you, Silence, and thank you, Bolson, for bringing that to my attention. All right. Oh, so there's different categories. The Soroban quest. No, that's the cool stuff. Discover the golden abacus. By the way, for for the record, if anyone doesn't know, Soroban is abacus in Japanese, which is a very cool name and a cool concept. But yeah, check it out. It did anyone from Stellar actually post some pictures or any kind of media of what the swag looks like? I'm dying to know. Well, that would be great. An extra added motivational material. This is sponsored by Minecraft. I'm an aspirational Minecraft player, and I just couldn't. When I saw it, I could not buy it. Not buy it. Okay, I think that's enough pizza for now. Be right back. Cool. Thanks everyone for waiting. Um, it seemed like that lasted forever. Hopefully, not to everyone. Okay, where did we leave off? Just as a refresher, we are refactoring the game because it's outgrown its it's outgrown its little shell, and it needs pages, and it needs components, and it needs to share state between them, and that becomes complex. Well, in the short term, long term, that's the way to go. All right. So we added a reducer and we added some state, and we are now sharing it with the canvas. And now the question is, we are rendering a grid within the canvas, but we don't exactly know which grid. And I think think this is where we need React router to step in, because I want the grid. So the current URL works like this. So just app/game and that's it. But what if, let's see, grid, or yeah, let's say grid, and this would be 1, 2, 3 or something. Would that work? Or no, game canvas grid equals 1, 2, 3. So kind of targeting this. Now I've implemented doing something about references is always easier, for me at least. So I'm just gonna inspire myself by looking at my own code from before. So I need routes and route. That's good. Routes and a route. Route from React router DOM. Okay. So let's see here. We have our routes, and then we have each individual route, and they have URL paths attached to them. So path, the home page is gonna just do whatever. Home, whereas this is gonna go into route path canvas element pages canvas. Boom. Okay. Okay. But the parent route has path. This means I've navigated deeper. What did I do exactly? You rendered a descendant routes under. Oh, okay. I need to modify my app routing. So it's like this. Okay, error is gone. You might not hear this, but my neighbors upstairs are doing karaoke right now. And they're doing an impression of My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion. And they're just massacring it. And I have to listen to this while I try and think. Just an extra challenge, I guess. Okay. So now that this is no longer crashing, let's see if I can fix this canvas thing. /canvas. Okay. Now, if I have /grid, is that going to do anything? Let's find out. Import use location. Const location. Just log it out. Why is it not doing anything? Is it not rendering it? It is /canvas. Huh. Let's look. I need to look up the documentation. React router DOM docs. Use location. No. Route. Please refer to route. Okay, I need dynamic segments. If a path segment starts with a colon, then it becomes a dynamic segment. When the route matches the URL, the dynamic segment will be parsed from the URL and provided as params. Dynamic segments cannot be partial. Teams. I'm not sure I got it. Oh, okay. Determines if the route is an index route. Index routes render into their parent's outlet. So essentially, this is just different. It's not going to register it without a grid. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? I'm a little stuck on this for some reason. Let's think. Canvas works fine. I don't know about the routing. You know what? I'll skip that just to be able to move on. Okay, so now the problem comes in the shape of, okay, I have a location, search. All right, so let's add grid equals 1, 2, 3. Now search works fine. So inside of here, let's do initializer. If location search, let's do const query params. I guess I should use the same naming. So if search, we need a new URL, search params. This is going to come from location search. I can just console log that for now. Get grid. Okay. If get grid, const grid is let's see, number parse int encoded grid. That worked nice. So now we just need to, wow, we're adding stuff on this like nobody's business. Okay, so grid. Grid takes an initializer that's, you know, doing its stuff, but I think it should be smarter if type of cells, I don't want changing too much. Just add a static from number, or rather from int, from integer, and what this will do is am I doing pad start anywhere? No. Is we'll take that number. I have that logic somewhere. I think it's in the contract. Yeah. Const cells integer to string now the 2 is the radix, so it's like base 2 encoded integer, and that's going to from integer grid length. Let's see if I'm able to circle this square. Return new grid length. Okay. Const grid equals grid. Do I have that imported? Yes, I do. From integer encoded grid. And of course I need a length. I don't have that as a constant. I guess I need to get rid of. No, but no, that would be given up. And it's part of settings are part of the context, so I guess I can just use context and see if I can make it from there. All right, so game context has length. Game context settings grid length. Let's see if that works. It took a long time to get there. Did it? Undefined reading settings. Why is it undefined? Console log. It is undefined. Interesting. So it doesn't really capture anything. You know what? No. What if I'm really struggling here to trying to figure out how to add the everyone's looking at a blank screen. How to add the grid length in like a nice structured way. And since I'm initializing the grid over here in this canvas component, I need it to be dynamic, so it's a state. When I initialize it, I need game context. Weird. Okay. I'm gonna move past this just for now, hard coding this line 5 to be able to move on. All right, so I have a grid, all the cells are in there. I can return it. Otherwise, if I don't get a grid, I can just return a new grid of length 5. Reading is loading. It's 94. What does game context even look like at this point? Undefined. Seriously? So it's breaking because of that type of React context. Use context. So if it's undefined, that means I'm not passing in the provider, game provider. Ah, LOL. Of course it's undefined. Now, I'll just be explicit on what happened here. When I initialize this context, I do not provide an initial value. See? Default value, which if I don't provide anything, JavaScript takes everything and just views that as undefined. Cool. So now I have this initialized, I'm importing it into Canvas, and it gets the value that it knows, the latest value. And since the only value that it ever knew was this, because I never wrapped the game with the provider. Okay. So I'm going to export this as game, and this should hopefully, context is not defined. Oh yeah, game context. All right, so I think I can actually fix this and do like settings, grid, length, and feel good about myself. Holy moly, that worked. Okay, back to being happy. All right, save, load, reset. Those are all undefined. Let's go back to game. I wonder how badly this will break. I need to add all those imports. So what am I missing? I'm missing a count. One level deeper. Is saving is not defined. 1, 3, 2. So that goes back to game context. Haha. That took like 20 minutes or something. So now that I have a grid, and the reason it's showing up as grid is because visual grid has just this logic. So we're going to pluck it out from here. All right. Let's log what's coming in. We have a grid and it has some cells we can render. Okay, so I'll help myself to this map right here. Props, grid, cells, on click, const on, what, I guess I can bother, borrow this. Toggle cell. Okay, now this requires the loading. It doesn't really. I can offload this to the canvas on change, right? On canvas change. Next grid. And this is going into here. Okay, I think that should do it. So set grid is going to update the grid only if it's not loading, if it's not saving, and that's going to come from the game context. All right. Now, next grid is going to be props.grid toggle cell, and I'm going to call props on change with the next grid, or I can just skip that line. Toggle cell. Okay. Got more errors. Is not a function. How come? Grid. Props.grid. Type of, oh, it's a string. How come? I messed up with the grid somewhere. Oh, I didn't add the map. Yes, I did not add the map. Yeah. I don't know why I copied just the first part of this. the whole thing is needed. Okay. We have an object. Grid is not defined. 65. Perhaps grid is loading is not defined. Game context. Let's import a context. So this is where like I'm starting to share a bunch of stuff, and it becomes important that it all lives inside of a single context. Game called game context. Now I have to import the actual game context though. Game context. Okay. Does this render? Nope. Is saving. Oh yeah, I missed that by a hair. Load is not defined. Oh, this isn't. It's a game now. Too many things are open. You have to limit myself. All right, so game now is complaining, but that's because of this use effect. Let's comment this out for a little bit. Okay. I think I missed something. What did I miss? I think I missed the grid class. Game, I don't need. All right, we're back to something. Man, it took a while. Who out of the 7 people that are watching this stayed through that thick and thin without tapping out? Cheers to you. You're the heroes. Okay. Does this work? Ooh, it does. It does work. That's a good way to go. If I don't sound annoying, I appreciate it. And thanks for taking the time to flip those tabs, switch that window back to Twitch and commenting. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So where are we? We are on a road to abstraction. We have a visual grid. We have a canvas that loads anything. Let's try 4444. Okay. That's cool. Ooh. I did not expect that. I need to limit the grid to 25. Slice 0 to 25. Okay. No more than that. Okay. So we're discovering interesting things. And we're abstracting. Where else? What else do we have to do? So we have a canvas. Now, that's fine, I guess. We need to add a library page. Because keep in mind, after updating the Soroban contract, we haven't updated the interface to match the new update. Okay, export library. library from library DSX. Okay. That part is done. Let's add it to the route section. Library. Okay, so we added those routes. Now, we also created a navigations component, or a navigation component rather. And I think, let's see here. I could move that here. I don't want to do any imports. Okay, now how to make this go live? We need, first we need to declare our paths over here, or I don't know, let's call it routes. Give me an array of routes, each one having a title and a path, so I can render them out without having to duplicate this. Plus, I need that to allow for activating, deactivating the class name here. So the path is going to be /canvas, and we'll figure that one out later. And library is going to be path/library. Loop over them. Route index. Let's use the route title. This one. And let's see. We got an error. Navigation JSX. Oh yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's instead of components. Okay. The key part, like, React should figure out, I guess, what's different, what's not. Or, I don't know, maybe you can't. Okay, so we have that. How do we add links? I think I have to reference method again, or tab again. On click, change tab. Ooh, I haven't implemented like that. Does it have methods? Action. Use. It has to be a hook. Use navigate. It's usually better to use redirect and loaders in action than this hook. Tell you what, I like this function. I like this hook rather. Import use navigate. On click. Navigate. navigate to the route path. See if it works. Oh. That's right. I need to remember where exactly I am. Or I guess I can just hard code it. It's apps, game. Keep it simple for now. Library, canvas. Library, canvas. Okay. So that worked. I need to, now I need to toggle. So I need location to see which one's active. Use location. Gotta have another lozenge. Be right back. All right. I need to check against the current location and see if that's the one I'm looping over. Well, that worked. All right. So I got pages working, and that separates some stuff out from game. But this is incorrect. But I have to move some stuff over. I wanted to move it to canvas, but in actuality, I have to move it to contract. Rather the context. Okay, so the next stretch is moving all of the game logic outside of game into the context, so it's made accessible to all the components that end up using the context. Okay. So first off, I need my Soroban hook. Where do I put it? Over here. I had made a mistake. I was passing in the object. I don't know if it was yeah, I don't know why wasn't it complaining? Seems like a complaint was due. All right, so this is looking at pending transaction. That is now going to live as part of the state, and it's going to be null. State pending transaction status, and then okay, I can just pass on state. All right, so I save this. It's going to complain use effect is not defined, of course. Error-driven programming is what's on display right now. Okay. So that part is gone. This use effect is going to move to the context as well. Keeping all the threads alive is it's hard for me. I can't imagine how it is for anyone watching this for 6 hours or listening in. Game contract. So Soroban's fine, Soroban network's fine, game contract. Why is that as is? What I should do is initialize it like a regular variable. I could keep it alive, but no. Game contract, a regular variable. I'm sticking to it. Contract ID, moving it over makes sense. Settings. All right. That should render. Nope. Okay. Need to import the game contract. Load is not defined. Of course. Of course it's not. I moved load over here, which was done erroneously. Let's see here. Was it done erroneously? Let's add a first action. Start loading. Is loading true? Stop loading and loading to false. So now I'm just going to replace a couple of these setters with dispatch calls, specific action names. Start loading, stop loading. Ooh, everyone, we've just entered hour 7 of this stream. We've done it for over 6 hours straight. Congrats, everyone. I'm proud of all of you. And we've done some progress, but not as much as I wanted up to this point, but we'll see where we end tonight. Okay. Where did we leave off? Okay. Start loading, stop loading. We have a new follower, Gith NG44. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy the content of watching me struggle through some errors. All right, load it wasn't defined. Now it is defined. And now I've entered a constant loop. Game contract is always, of course, it's always. That's why I had it as a use state. Game contract set. Game. I don't have to depend on it. Yeah, just remove it, and hopefully it won't be mad. Okay. Let's see here. 133. Load is not defined. Okay, so I just need to export load. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't believe that a canvas should be loading stuff. It's going to be rendering stuff. Set grids is not defined at load. Set grids. Yeah. This would be the library. No, I'm gonna call it grids. It would be too hard. Grids, and let's add another action. Set grids. Grids is equal to action.payload, and we're just called dispatch type. What's the type? The type is grids, and a payload is the loaded grids. Almost sounds like grits, which makes me a little hungry. Set grids to an empty array. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And it actually does load stuff, but it errors out. Let's see if we can spark some fire into this thing. So the add function is something that we should be able to call from the context, not the canvas. Yeah, that's right. So we're just going to expose load and save functions. A couple more. This is excessive, but you know, start. Start saving. stop saving. I guess you should never stop saving in terms of money, but that's neither here nor there. 4 viewers, 6 hours in. Gosh. Okay, I'm just surprised anyone's watching. Okay. We got ourselves a start save moment. I don't need a new line there. Okay, and then set pending transaction. So I need another action. Set pending transaction. I'm gonna return. And then pending transactions is gonna be set to whatever's in the payload. Okay, yeah. So dispatch, type, and payload is the transaction. Is that gonna render? Did. I have the same, I need to replace the name. And I'll be, so this needs an argument, which is the grid. And that's what it will be sending over here to the game contract. And other than that, grid, right? Yeah, this should work. We're getting close. Let's upgrade this. Oh boy. I'm gonna refactor it. I don't have the stamina here to copy and paste this blob because this needs to change like severely. Still takes in a single argument, so nothing really changes here. Just the name of the function. All right, so it's game contract add grid, and I guess yeah, let's replace this with the same name. Makes more sense. Game contract, game context, add grid. Okay, now I'm gonna test it. Account is not defined. Beautiful. Context 94. Context 94. Oh, okay. Grid game account. So that's inside here. So I get the account. Oh, it needs an account. I can take it for now. All right. Constants is not defined, of course, because it's settings, right? Yeah. Settings. Set saving is not defined. Oh dear. But I think it went through. Oh. Yeah, it did. It did. I just need to call. Um, um, you know what? I'll rename this start transaction. Complete transaction. And this is just gonna be. Ooh, but it's used everywhere. Ah. Don't overdo it. Type complete transaction. No, I just want to wonder. I want to check out the ledger status because we're bound to see if something changed. Contract data, contract ID, symbol under grids. Sweet. That worked surprisingly well. I just need to then rename stuff. Let's add this. Oh, yeah. This is no longer start saving. This is start transaction. But it has to update the ledger. Yep, it did. It did. Man, this is gonna be fun. All right. So not worrying too much about. Can remove this, by the way. Not worrying too much about the naming for is saving and whatnot. I can get rid of some stuff in here. This becomes like just a host environment essentially. Yep. Neat. Getting rid of all these imports. If I'm needing them a little later, that's gonna be funny. Okay, cleaned it up. All right, let me just reply real quick. Cool. So where were we? We're cleaning up game. So game is now clean. Context seems like it's doing the right thing. Canvas is all right. Now I need to make sure I'm loading stuff. And where does that happen? That happens inside of context. So we can check out loaded grids right here. Or in fact, I can just go to game contract. Load. All right, what's inside of the response? Not found. Ooh, is it because it's grid? Okay. All right. So I got the response. That's a good start. Ledger entry. Okay, I guess I can go down to val, which is a value again, which is a vector. Okay, so ledger value is a vector. is a vector. Okay. Okay. And I can just take the grids, parsed value, let's call that. So ledger value underscore value is an array that I can map element to element dot underscore value. Let's see, parsed value. And we got, fair enough, we got an array of 2 integers. Now for every parsed value, or I guess I can skip a step. Just do it with this way. So grids, expand this function a little bit, this closure. Const number encoded grid. Yep. I'm gonna extract. Ooh, interesting. I have a grid method now that takes an encoded. Yeah. I can just return that. So return grid from integer value. So this is now grids. And you get undefined lengths. Yeah, I take in a length argument, a parameter. Let's do constant grid length. That should be fine. And at this point, let me see. At this point, I can just return the grids, or I can return null. Now let's check the library, because that's the place where I will be rendering out what's in the library. So I need the game context. I need to use context, the hook. Const game context. And just console log it. Okay. I have some grids in here. What do I do? I guess H1 library. And then game context, grids, map, grid index, and then I'm going to return. Ooh, what do I return? Returning a number. I guess I can return a number for now. So it's just going to be a span, or rather a div with the grid. No, I have to encode the grid somehow. I guess I can just call it coded, yeah. That's pretty sweet. Key, it's going to be the index. And while it's doing this, I can just return a message. Loading for usability. Okay, what do I do with that? I could, let's see. I gotta turn them into links. Import link, link from React Router. And what will happen is link to, and then it's just gonna be apps, game, canvas, grid. Encoded grid. Gonna render. What's wrong with that? Oh, I need to close the tag. Okay. Holy smokes. We have a library now. We can click on things and then they get rendered into the canvas. And if it's a fresh canvas, all right, let's just add big O X. Add, saving. I need to trigger. Okay. I need a use effect. Every time I go to the library, I want to reload. I want to reload the grids. Use effect. And game context. Load. Right? Add a little square at the top. We got ourselves something here. So what is it? Out 6 hours and 24 minutes in, we're able to render out a user interface to draw things, a smart contract to receive drawings and store them in a vector, in a list, and then we have a page to list all of those drawings. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna take a $5. I'll come up with next steps here. Don't go anywhere. I'm back. Oh no, we lost a viewer down to 4. Shucks. I should take shorter breaks. All right, all joking aside, we are in the final stretch here where we're going to be adding another update to the Soroban contract. This time, we're going to try and store things by account. So the contract's going to store not just one vector of these grids, but a map that points an account to a vector. That's a structure that should be familiar from like all kinds of smart contracts. All right, so let's look at the map structure in the documentation. Map is an ordered key value dictionary. The map is ordered by its keys, iterating a map stable and always returns the same keys in the same order. That's cool. That's exactly what we need. I'm just going to take this, create a new file, lib1rs, for posterity, of course. And yeah, what do we do? Create a new function. Let's call this temp. I'm going to delete it later. It's going to take in the same grid. So I like that the interface is going to stay the same. Well, at least it should be, right? Because the account is accessible from the environment. Source account. That's right. Let's do let account. Okay. Account ID. Gonna return grid so that it doesn't shout at me. This is a temp. I guess not a temporary placeholder. I can use that later. Const. Why is it complaining? Missing type. Oh. What do I do now? Getting a let's have a look. So let's import map in the map. So if I do map and then environment, and then it accepts tuples in the initializer. So this is going to be account and then grid, or rather account, vector, and environment grid. Const map equals, or let map equals. Okay, so this is kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for a map that maps accounts to vectors of our grids. We just have to somehow deal with the storage. So reading existing grids is important, but I'm not reading just the grids. I'm reading I'm trying to come up with a good name. Do I use the same grids? Yeah, let's not waste time on that. Okay, so no, grid does not. Let's see. What's a good name for an NFT, like a map dictionary type of thing? What's a good name? Count grids? Grid accounts? You can use account as storage key. Right. That's what. So line 45 is the key is going to be account, and then this is going to be a vector of grids. But I'm just trying to come up for like a good name for the value, like the name for storage. Like I have grids over here, and add, is a vector of grids. How do I call a map that maps arrays to grids? I guess I could call it a library. This is not a fully satisfactory name. Unless chat comes up with something better. Library. Okay. Now this is going to be lowercase library. And I'm going to do environment dot storage get library. Then I'm going to unwrap it. To a map. Environment, and then account, and then the same vector from before, an empty vector. Okay. And this is just going to unwrap. Now this is complaining that this map is filled with unknowns. So map is account ID and then vector U32. Account ID is unknown because do I have to import it? Is it even importable? Account ID? Yep. Okay. Alright, so at this point I have a library. How do I index a map? Oh, get grades equals library get count this returns an option which returns a result. Why is this complaining? Oh, I need this has to be a tuple. Oh, yeah, reference. I guess reference. Why is this complaining? I'll do cargo test just to see where this is breaking. Consider removing the borrow. Okay, I removed the borrow. Value used here after move. Darn it. Is there like a clever way of solving this? I'm like getting lost here a little bit with the Rust stuff. So restrictive. I get it. Or do I just use this everywhere? I guess. Quick hack. Alright, so now I need to unwrap. I don't need to unwrap because I know that this is fine due to... Oh, I need to unwrap though. I just realized that even though I unwrapped the dictionary and that's fine, or the map rather, the single account might not have anything. So I kind of need to do this. Exactly this. Okay. And at this point, I can do grids.push back. Wait, what are you asking if you can do it another way? So, Raheem, what I was doing before is I had an account variable over here, and I was using it in two places, but so like exactly this. Now I could no longer use account because it was moved over here, and then it's like a reference thing. Like I have a different type definition, and so it gets account.clone. Should not be automatic, but anyhow, I'm just gonna use environment source account and sort of be happy with it. Is there any more? I don't need this. I can return. All right, so grids. Oh, let mutable grids. I need to just update the storage. Library. Set. Key is environment source account, and that's the value. Cargo. Oh, I was about to run. Cannot borrow libraries mutable. I need to update storage. Set library to library. Okay. I should be able to run cargo test. That went through. Now, since I made such a big change, or it seems like a big change to me, but I actually just added a couple more lines, I'm going to write some unit tests for that. And in fact, I'm just going to replace this function completely. And yeah, rename this add. This should break. Okay. Grids is no longer defined. Library. Okay. Failed. All right, that's what I was expecting. It's fine. I can still call add. This assert succeeds, but then the one that fails is this one. And this should be a map of account ID to vector. And this should be named library. And library should be equal to, oh, that's interesting, map of environment and an account plus this thing. Now what's the account? How do I initialize account? Account ID new new what I meant Bolson says what I meant previously is that storage itself is a map, and you can use account as a storage key or part of the storage key. That is a good suggestion. But I wonder, you know? And he continues, also you probably want invoker into instead of source account. Oh. What's the difference, if I may ask? Source account is only available. Well, let's figure it out. Because, like, to me, I mean, invoker. I'm going to follow your advice. So I'm just going to invoker. And what does that return? An address. Get the invoking address of the current executing. So that's address. That's not account ID. That's address. Okay. So I'm mapping from address, blah, 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 blah. Right, invoker. And then invoker. And then over here it's I need that from the right. Let's look up how to initialize address. That's if I was to miss that, you mean you saved a lot of time for me. Okay. Variants, account ID. Address is all the types that can be the invoker of a contract. The address type is a contract type and transmitted to the host like an enum. Okay. How do I test against this? Do I do like environment, source account, and then account ID? Why is it complaining? Oh gosh, I don't know how to implement this test. Oh, there's a link. match invoker, contract there, blah blah blah, address, account ID. Well, that's like, I gotta look this up in the docs, but really good link. Thank you. Let's go back to environment, and let's go to invoker. Get the invoking address of the executing. You know what? I'm going to skip this assertion, run the test if it builds. If it builds without errors, I am going to build it, ship it, test it. Okay. Soroban dev. Building. Okay. Let's see. Target size. Wow. We have a major increase in contract size. Okay. So we're going to add version 3. And it's just going to be a live test if it works. Contract hash and then contract ID. So install, browse for the file, same size, call. Let's look at the hash. Still pending. Okay. We have a successful hash. And then create contract. Call. Still pending. All right. And that's the contract ID. Cool. What do we update? We update the settings for the contract ID here. The load function. You know what? I'll try and just add a new canvas. All right, so we went through. Time to look at the contract data. This is a library. I mean, it worked. It started under my account. And so now when I retrieve it, I just have to filter it based on the account ID. So when I'm getting the library in the load section, I need to, well, for now, I'm just going to hard code this so that I'm loading load. I'll provide the, yeah. So inside of the load, I'm getting network and account. Okay. Now, this value here, what's that going to contain? Or rather, maybe the response XDR is not even returning. Okay, not found. Bizarre. But, oh yeah, grids. This needs to be a library. Okay. So, the response is an array. It's a map. Huh. Map, value, array, value, object, vector, key value. All right. So it's going to be a bunch of key value. Okay. So library is going to be ledger value underscore value mapped to element is got attributes with a key and a value. Let's look at the bigger picture here. So there's a vector of a symbol and an object. Okay. It's going to take a while to decipher. But hey, we've got time, right? We got time. So let's take the I'm gonna just console log this. I don't want to lose the thread here. And I'm gonna return null and comment everything else out. Okay. So we got objects, which are vectors, and okay. So I'm gonna do underscore value to get at the vector, underscore value to get at the indices, and then I'll take the first index, which will then contain an object. Underscore value dot underscore value dot underscore value. So that should be this uint array thing. Okay. Does my account know how to parse this? From key string. How can I turn this? I can use keys from string public key. I'll try to all right. Let's import keys. Okay, gotta find my way around packages, stellar keys, and I'm going to initialize keys with this value here, the byte string or an array of bytes. New keys. Okay. How can I use this now? Formatted public key. Formatted public key. Okay, so I can filter based on that key here. Okay. So I'm going to return account. So that's 1/2. I need the value now. It's all undefined. Oh, it's val. Of course. Why would it be? Miss Moore is rating our live stream with a party of 1. Coding vibe. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone joining. We're working through the Soroban hackathon. I'll just show you what exactly this is. This is a hackathon where we're building smart contracts for Stellar using this new environment called Soroban. I'm Morgan. I'm a software developer, and I'm currently using this React stack to build kind of a canvas for essentially minting stuff. We were doing some JavaScript learning, so it seems right. Well, that's perfect. Yeah, because I'm doing React like 90% of the time and smart contracts like 10% of the time. You've actually made it to when I'm doing the smart contract stuff, but I think I should be done with that part rather quickly. I'm just trying to decipher some binary data that's coming through, and it involves console logs right here. Okay. So instead of this value, I take in the underscore value, which should give me the array, and that is the numbers, I think. Although they're the same, I wonder. Okay. So now, I can go ahead and map these to grids. What kind of JavaScript do you guys usually use? Is it React or Svelte or backend like Node.js or Deno, or what kind of stack do you guys work with? All right, so grids. Learning vanilla. Oh, vanilla is my favorite. You can do so much with vanilla. I think that worked. I think we're getting unblocked here. What's the most like complex thing or most confusing thing about vanilla JavaScript to you? I assume you're all like learning ES6, like a modern version of JavaScript with closures and arrow functions and so forth. So code and vibe applied. So far, they were having problems with accessing the property in an array of objects. Putting the two concepts together with a loop was a little complex. Well, so what I'm doing here is this thing here is an array, and I'm mapping over each element in that array, doing some transformations, returning it, and at the end here, I am going to filter and just return a specific element, and that involves me checking a property, which is in this case account. And I'm just checking for a match. So load should be done here. Loaded grids. What does that look like? An empty array. What if I do this? Add. Interesting. Formatted public key. What's account on my end? Always make sure. Oh, yeah, it's an object. So keys dot formatted public key should be a good match. Grid encoded is not a function. Library. I gotta check this filter right here. Const account library, and just gonna log it real quick. I get it's account grids. So I'm returning. I need to return dot grids. Return length. If length is 1, return the first element. Otherwise, return null. And that should do it. Okay. All right. So I think we can go back to adding user interface details. And so what this thing is like you can draw stuff, whatever you draw. So like, I don't know, let's draw a big old Y. Okay. Add. Maybe the call to action is not exactly as descriptive as it should be, but it'll be fine for now. And if we check the library, we have a new addition to the library, and we can look at it, or see all the other stuff. But ideally, since we made some changes to the contract, if I were to do this with some other account, I don't know, let's Stellar Laboratory. I'm going to create a new account. Generate a key pair. Oh, I can fund it from here. Get testnet lumens. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a second account. I'm just gonna test whether this whole library thing works. So right now the library is empty, and I can draw, I don't know, a zigzag. Add 10 viewers. Wow. Thanks for everyone for joining. We're building some decentralized apps, specifically like a drawing game with a backend component that's built using Hacka-Soroban, the smart contract layer for Stellar. Okay, let's check library. So that library contains one element for this account. If we comment this out and comment the other one out, well, then we have a bigger library. So I think the mapping works, which is Great to know. Now I'm going to update the canvas a little bit so that it's more descriptive. Comment after dead code here. And yeah, instead of add, I don't know, print or save. What's like a good other call to action? Could be save. All right. So here's the lay of the land. You can draw stuff. If you don't like what's on the canvas, oh, reset. Constant's not found. What's reset? Complaining about game context. And I think it's settings. So game context. That has some settings. Okay. Again, lay of the land. If I draw some stuff and I reset, it resets the canvas. And this is just a 5x5 CSS grid that renders out some divs. You can see it over here. Just a simple map over an array of 25 numbers, ones and zeros, and changes color depending on whether it's a 1 or a 0. I think I can reduce the gap to make it a little tighter before, and so the grid cells are a little thicker. We can check all the other drawings, maybe they look better. And what else? So like the functionality is there to add stuff per account, per individual account. You can view it from your library. What else do we add? Now, obviously, the account portion, it's hard coded right now, but it'd be nice to have it dynamic. So we can have property here called account, and let's see. If account is null, then we should change the buttons under canvas, or rather for the whole game. I don't know. Maybe just a canvas. Okay. So yeah. If game context has an account, display the buttons. If there's no account, well, we gotta log in. Type is going to be primary, so it's nice and big and blue. Title is going to be login. And okay. Login. What happens when I click it? Let's call, I don't know, how do I provide a text box? I know there's prompt, JavaScript prompt as a feature. JavaScript prompt. Instructs around display dialog with an additional option message prompting. Okay, let's try it out. Window.prompt test. And then something. and that returns the value that I just entered. Well, it's not like a nice quick hack, I guess. I don't have to code up a modal to make this work. Okay. Const on login. It's gonna be my on click responder. And I'm gonna do window.prompt. Please enter your account. Your secret key. And this is going to be secret key, I guess. Let's see. Console log. If I log in and do test. Okay, that worked. So at this point, I have some arguments to send to the login function, which is going to help immensely. All right, so const login, and it's going to accept a secret key step by step. So I'm not going to go too far ahead of myself here. All right, so login. I'm passing it from the game context to the canvas. From the canvas, I'm passing it on to the on login responder. So game context log in with the secret key. Let's see if that still works. Test. Okay. Now inside of here, I need to take that secret key and do something with it. Well, I need to parse it. So this class right here takes care of the parsing. And I'm gonna check. I think that's the class that I'm mentioning. So I take in a public key and a secret key, or from string. I guess I'll just use the from string. So, or I think I can do account from string. Yeah, okay. From key. Yeah. So it'll be account equals account from key, secret key. Let's see if that worked. But in this case, I have to provide an actual secret key. Let's do the other one. Log in. I think it did. All right. So now an action to set the account. Return state account. It's going to be action.payload. So this is just a React reducer thing to set the account. It's called an action. And I will dispatch this action, set account, and provide a payload, which is the account that we just generated or instantiated. Okay, and now at that point, it should hide this this login button. Let's test it out. Okay, now I can click around. And I have my library available. Otherwise, if I reset the page, my library is still available because I have a hard-coded value. Oh yeah, I have a hard-coded value because in the load function, I believe, yeah, I hard-code the account, but I can just do state.account now. And over here, just make sure that this is set to something. And if it is, then call load. Okay, so now library should be empty. Cannot read properties of null. Game contract. And where does this come from? Game contract. Context 83. If state account. Load should never be called, but I guess I'm gonna add an extra check. Extra check around this. Okay, so it's loading, but I should say that's ideally it'd probably say something else, but I'm gonna leave it that I'm gonna leave it at loading. Okay, so that says login. Maybe the whole thing should say login. Yeah, I think I like that better. So instead of game, which is our sort of big component here, I'm gonna add this button, or rather, take the whole section here, move it over here, and just import the game context. So that was game provider. Now game context, and I'm going to import the use context React hook to be able to interact. Whoa, deleting too much. To be able to interact with my game context. So game context is game context, and now it's going to display the login button. Okay. Button is not defined. Gotcha. Import button. And then on login is not defined. Yes. Okay. So now the login button is everywhere. And the library should probably just say if there are no grids and game context.account is set to something, then say loading. Otherwise, just gonna say login. Okay, let's try and log in. Go to secret key, we're logged in. Our library has our stuff. Let's draw a cute little box. Save it. Okay. That's our box. And I think that's a pretty good place to ship it. All right. Let's, what do we change here? Let's see, if we go back to the website and click on game, that's home. I need something better. Please log in using your future net secret key. Probably should be a paragraph. Okay. So that works. Added a route. Added the game route. So this part is now we're dropping to 3 viewers. Well, we're 7 hours and 30 minutes almost into the stream, and we're kind of getting close to a point where we can neatly wrap a bow around this. And the start of that is committing everything to the website and making it available to people online to test things out and play around with it. All right, so we added one commit. Now, let's see here. Contract, oh, it's a different one, library index. I think I'm just gonna ship the whole thing as a big blob commit, which something I wouldn't recommend, but hey. All right, version 0.1 of the Soroban game for Hacka-Soroban-athon. It's a mouthful. Okay, let's sync it up. Now what we're going to be looking at is trunk.sorobandev.com, and let's see for an update here. It's not online yet. Where's my terminal? The other terminal. Okay. Let's go to trunk on the server. This is DevOps. I'm doing it for the second time today. Run deploy. Takes a little bit of time to deploy the script. Once it's done, we're going to reload the website. And after all said and done, and we've tested out online, I'm free to answer any and all questions that anyone might have about anything. So feel free to come up with those and share them in the chat. Okay, so please log in. Let's log in. Let's use this key. Okay, well that was, I think on login I should send people over to a different route, to the canvas perhaps. Yeah, I should send them over. Use navigate. It was a jarring experience, so navigate to apps, game, canvas. Let's test it out. So we go to game, we log in. And we're taken to the canvas. All right, that's better. This is better. All right, so the game added a default route after the login. Ship it. Let's update the trunk build, which is the development build. All right, let's reload the page. All right, so we were sent to the canvas, and we can draw something out. Saving. Let's go to the library. Oh. Did it save, or did it something went wrong, I think. Let me log in again. So it's going to be like 2 dots. Let's inspect it with the console and click save. It doesn't add it. Interesting. What about my test build? So I have one item here. Save, saving, 1, 2, 3, 4. It didn't add. It didn't add the thing. Okay. Let me add some console logs right here. So when it's fetching the transaction status, I am going to look at the response every single time. Pending, oh, success. That was weird. I guess I'm gonna keep the console log in there just as a sanity check. Added the log for testing, debugging. And deploy the build. The best test is in production. Everybody knows that. And there's nothing like testing your stuff online. Localhost is easy. It's always a happy path. All right. Let's log in. The library contains a single drawing. If I add something, pending, success. I go to library. It did not update. Huh. Did I leave the hard-coded thing in somewhere? Add source. Oh, shoot. Okay, that's why I'm testing it. This needs to be state.account. Well, that solves it. That was a fun bug. You could draw whatever you want, but it'll go to my account. Change account to the current account, not hard coded. All right, shipping another build. Cheers to the 3 folks that are still watching. Almost there. Okay, let's reload. Let's log in. And I don't think I've drawn this tonight. Success. And yes, our library is updating. Well, that's perfect. This is now officially ready for production. I've done extensive testing, and it's ready. So might as well create a new merge request from trunk to production. How did I call the thing? Soroban developer git log. It was version 0.1 of the Soroban game. Assigned to me. Create a merge request. I think this is a feature. All right. We're almost going to production. Click merge. Close this tab. So that's done. That was merged in. If we go to the production website, click on game. It still shows that. We're gonna do a git pull and deploy, which is a script that runs the whole React Webpack pipeline. Okay. Well, let's check it out. Let's log in. Thing that was, broken first last time. What do we draw? A little plus over here, and a couple of dots over here. Boom, it's updating. It's in the library. It's worthy of a tweet, I think. What's the tweet gonna be? Hour 8, and I finally shipped version 0.1 of my Soroban hackathon, aka Hacka-Soroban-athon game that I'm building live on Twitch. As a Twitch streamer. And of course, I gotta share the link. Where is it? Tune in to the last. Tune in. Staying live. Okay. So that tweet went out, and what else? I gotta share this with someone. What do I share it with? Discord. Yo, who wants to test out? Oh, hey BZ. You're streaming too? You're streaming my stream, or are you switching from screen to screen? Well, how's it going? If you were to look on your screen, I'm screening, you're streaming my screen. All right, well, take a look. What does this look like to you, man? I'm reliving my artistry days, and we got We got stuff being submitted to the blockchain, saving it, and we can look at all kinds of drawings. And this is the contract. We got all of the logic in here, right? We're storing these drawings, these grids, as a single integer value into a map of accounts to lists of those grids. And I'm just querying them right here in the library. And the canvas can submit whatever. Let's say this is like a rotated T. And yeah, so like for this is day one. Like I didn't have a clear plan, and yeah, it turned out that it's pretty easy to build these things. Thanks, BZ, for the appreciation here. I'm gonna hide the errors. But yeah, that's the app. That's the extent of it. I think I wrote like 95% of React and JavaScript. So, you know, I'm just going to show you all the files here real quick. So we got a navigation component, a visual grid component, a canvas component, and let me, everything's expanded, okay. Then we have a library component, a custom button component, a context to sort of deal with all this state and whatnot. What else we got? Wow, this is a pretty big file. Then we got the game component, which is the root organizing component of everything. And then we have the game contract component, which is just like an abstraction over the Soroban contract. So we can easily do things like, where is it? Oh, game contract dot add grid, you know, game contract dot load. Yeah, a little nice abstraction. And yeah, we got all of that. And then backing it all is what, 23 lines of smart contract code? Isn't that crazy, BZ? That is nuts. How long did it take me to learn Soroban? I don't count myself as knowing Soroban. I'm aware of it. I'm dabbling in it. I'm nowhere near proficient in it. So I would say where I'm at right now, it took me probably like a week, a little over a week. I appreciate it. But what are you streaming? What's the content there? Are you doing just live coding, right? No, but before you were streaming. Oh, live coding. Okay, that's awesome. Maybe it's, you know, I'm getting too far ahead of myself, but it would be really dope to see like some sort of a basic beast project on Soroban front end NFT marketplace. Well, yeah, that's always a dope concept to implement. One thing I have to say though, without all those safety checks and whatnot, oh, I'm gonna be there, BZ. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna close it out in like 15 minutes, and I'll join you for a sec or two on your Discord. So yeah, like just sort of summarizing the contract itself. The underlying logic behind it is like surprisingly simple. We're storing on the ledger a single map, a simple map, right? That maps addresses to a vector of numbers. And like all these lines here, like could be collapsed, like these especially. Uh, these are here just because if the value's not set, what do we do? Um, and you know that's it. Same here. So really, this just like you're initializing a map of addresses to vectors, then you're extracting a single vector. Code still looks complicated, but I mean, if you ignore the new lines, right? If you just read library, right? Then from the library you get some grids. Then you take those grids and then you push a grid. So grids is an array, a vector array, whatever. And you push a new grid, and then you go to that same library, and then you update your grids, and then you store it in the environment. Like this is giga simple, at least to me, right? uh, Cadence to rest. So I don't think I can do that. I'm probably like my cadence understanding is lost somewhere in the rain. But yeah, and like the reason why this is interesting is that when I'm storing things, I'm using the invoker of this contract. I'm storing, accessing things. I'm using the invoker. So this is like a security parameter um, that I guess would be hard to implement if forget about like all the monetary stuff. Just a decentralized database aspect of this would be um, worthy of just being able to protect yourself from uh, unauthorized access. Because like with this function, you can only ever um, modify your grid vectors for your own account. There's just no way to do it for someone else, and that's pretty powerful. With like a SQL thing, uh, yeah, it would depend on who's feeding in the arguments and do I trust them or not. Yeah, I'm getting close to 8 hours. I think I'm gonna cap it at eight. It's a nice round number, but it's close to 8 hours for the session. But since the hackathon started, it's 7 hours and 48 minutes. So we have 12 minutes to go for this uh, inaugural stream session. And think about it, when you're streaming coding and it's like all fresh, all new coding, it's not like a game that content just comes to you. You have to you have to generate stuff constantly. So it's fun, but it's challenging. Right. So that's the contract. It's surprisingly simple but powerful, and the rest of it lives in the client side, on the client side. And if anyone wants to check this out, I mean, it's not desktop optimized. I guess I could desktop optimize this thing real quick. Um, what's the thing? I need a max width for the visual grid. Let's see. Max width is 400 pixels. Could be a bit bigger. 500. Yeah. So then it looks decent on mobile and it looks not overwhelming on desktop. Obviously, this can scale, whatever. Anything else I could add? Ooh, for I guess for the desktop, I could add a hover. So background color could be material orange 50. Oh, this should most definitely be under important. So I'm just optimizing it for the desktop here a little bit. Okay. I think it's a nice improvement. I mean, most of the users will be on the mobile, so it's not a big concern, but whenever you can gain some accessibility, go for it. It's a simple, couple line change. Gonna go through the motions now. Optimized it for the desktop. BZ, if you're still around, how long do you do your streams? Where did I put the terminal? It's just 2.5 hours. But what's the longest you've ever done? Sometimes 12-hour streams. Oh my lord. How do you feel after 12 hours? Hours. Wow. You've done 14, 15 hours. So what's the, like, is it just like you coding, or are you actually trying to, enunciate what you're thinking and like, oh, okay. Sometimes you go to the gym. Does it still count if you go to the gym? Let's merge it into production. And I think that'll be the last action here. From trunk to production. Well, it depends. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Optimize it for the desktop. Let's see here. Merge. Did it go through? I think it did. We're deploying production now. BZ says, I think I can only purely code for 8 hours straight max, but also depends on complexity. Well, I believe this counts as going 8 hours straight coding, and I mean, it depends on the amount of hurdles along the way. Let's see. All right, this is in production. You can actually check it out in production. Go to sorobandev.com/apps/game, and then whatever canvas or library. But yeah, it depends on the complexity. If you run into like a major bug, a major issue, don't understand, and there's no documentation that could guide you, no one to answer your question, or if it's like something esoteric that's not used a lot, like JavaScript questions, pretty much every single imaginable question has been answered. But something like, oh my god, the amount of time I spent, and I'm just gonna rant a little bit, the amount of time I spent trying to decipher, where is it? Oh, trying to decipher how to compose this XDR structure is just, I think just on this, I mean, getting from scratch to super complicated versions of this to something that's more reasonable to eventually this took me 7 straight days going from scratch to this. Just how to compose an operation that invokes a function that, you know, installs a contract. Yeah. Encoding stuff in binary. So there are plenty of options there. There's like protobuf, which is like a Google standard for encoding binary data, like JSON. Then there's message pack, which is you know, very efficient, compact data structures. And those are pretty widely used. XDR, which I think, does it come from data detection response? Stellar. I think like you won't find anyone else using XDR outside of Stellar. And yeah, so there's inertia behind it for the network, obviously, encoding stuff with it. But, and I mean, 99% of all developers that ever will interact with Soroban will do that using an SDK that will have all of this stuff abstracted away. But for someone like me that's going to dig through this, you know, to the bits, nuts and bolts, the XDR part will be the most frustrating because it doesn't read like anything that I'm used to. And yeah, but anyway, hashtag rant over. So what do we have? Let's do a recap real quick. Recap time. So by the end of this stream, we will have done 8 straight hours of coding for the first day of the Hacka-Soroban-athon, or the Soroban Hackathon, where folks can discover Soroban smart contracts and the environment for writing them, which is the new thing on Stellar. And yeah, I think during the live stream we went from 180 something participants to now 190. So way to go, everyone that joined. What else? We went from scratch to a little drawing game that you can experience if you go to soroban.dev and open up the game thing. You'll need an account. I don't have instructions on the website. You know, things will be updated tomorrow for added usability. What else? We tweeted a little bit. Not as often as I hoped would, but you know, I gotta focus on the code. The places that we got stuck the most were sort of Rust typing issues, and other than that, I don't think we got stuck much. It was smooth sailing most of the time. We got good documentation, some guides. Also, the Stellar docs are amazing to check out. I think we went through the Stellar docs, sorobandev.com. We went through the Rust documentation for the Soroban SDK, and that's it. I think that's all the resources, and a little Google here and there for added benefit. And I think with that, we've done 8 hours, 8 whole hours of Soroban. So from me, Morgan, the creator of Soroban-athon. I bid everyone adieu. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Hope to see some of your creations on Discord or on Twitter. Follow me at Soroban-dev. Tweet at me. I love checking out stuff. Thank you, BZ, for being a part of this. I love you. You're the best. Yeah, I am tuning out, and I'll catch you, everyone, whenever I catch you. Thanks for the link, man. All right. Bye, everyone.